Hey guys, tonight we step onto cool sand and listen for the hush between waves, because that quiet is where the map begins. Don't worry, I brought snacks and an unreasonable amount of enthusiasm, though the ocean does not accept either as payment. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your city and your current time in the comments. Seriously, I love seeing who's listening from a rainy apartment in Wellington, a neon-lit dorm in Taipei, or a kitchen where somebody is clinking a spoon against a mug at 2:13 a.m. This story asks you to imagine wet rope on your palms, starlight grazing your eyelashes, and a night so wide you briefly forget what a wall looks like. There's a navigator beside you, a tohunga, patient as driftwood, who says the stars and the swells are your map. Not the kind that folds, the kind that moves through you. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Beneath the moon's hushed attention, a beach waits like a stage before the curtain rises, and you move along the line where foam unthreads the dark. The tohunga taps the ground with a paddle tip, not to draw a chart but to point at a world that refuses to sit still. He explains the obvious in a way that makes it feel new. Water remembers. Ocean swells set out from storms far away, keep their rhythm for days, and carry stories a canoe can read if the crew is quiet enough to hear. You feel your body start translating, shoulder against the breeze, toes testing cool sand, breath matching the patient pulse crawling toward shore. None of this is about bravado. It's about listening so hard the night begins to answer back. Somewhere behind the dunes, a quiet fire keeps manners with the wind, and smoke threads up to the moon as if filing a late-night report. The crew moves in careful loops, checking lashings, counting gourds, setting aside a small bundle of herbs that the old auntie swears will keep tempers from turning choppy. You get a grin from a boy barely tall enough to tie a reef knot, and he demonstrates anyway, slow and proud. The tohunga watches without interrupting, because the lesson is half in the hands and half in the attention given to the hands. There's no sail unfurled yet, no dramatic drumbeat. There is only repetition until it becomes elegance, and that elegance is the canoe's seatbelt and the voyage's lullaby. Between the driftwood logs and the woven mats, the star talk begins, not in a burst of equations, but in words that belong to the mouth and the ear. Akapehu wetu, think of it as a star compass, is sketched in the sand with a stick that has seen many seasons. The circles aren't perfect, and that's the point. Perfection is for things that do not need to work. The compass divides the horizon into houses, each a direction where certain stars rise and set, and you trace those houses with your finger like a child tasting icing before the cake is carried out. The tohunga names bright friends in the sky. Matariki winks low, Tautoru steadies your sense of east and west, Rahua burns a slow red note. Mainstream knowledge lives here. The idea that navigators track rising and setting points to hold a course at night, then memorize how those points shift with seasons. You catch yourself nodding as if you've always known this, as if a good nod has ever moved a canoe. Tonight the tohunga points where the sun will rise, because night navigation respects the day's geometry, and day navigation borrows from night. He shows you how to place a fist at arm's length to measure star altitude. Not because fists are scientific instruments, but because the body travels with you when sextants do not. He has you line up a star with the bow's lashings, then hold its motion in your mind while the horizon slides like a lazy treadmill. The point is not to memorize the names for their own glory. The point is to remember where they live and what paths they prefer. You are learning a neighborhood of light, and every visit builds the kind of familiarity that ends arguments and shortens storms. Across the lagoon, a breeze sneaks in like a nosy cousin, and the tohunga uses it to press a trick into your memory. He dampens a finger with a little seawater, lifts it into the air, and lets the wind lick it. You try the same, skeptical, but your skin does register a colder touch on one side, a sharper tickle on the other. Then he does the quirky bit. Takes a tiny sip of air as though sampling soup, lips barely parted, and says the flavor carries faint dirt, river breath, maybe from a distant coast. You laugh at the idea of tasting wind. Yet your tongue remembers it as salt with a smudge of leaf. A crewmate adds a tip whispered by a grandparent. Chew the end of a flax strand to wake your mouth to moisture. Then taste again. You realize the trick is not mystical. It's sensory calibration disguised as mischief. Further along the shore, the lessons settle into your muscles. The tohunga has you lie on planks with eyes closed, not to nap, but to listen through your spine. He orders silence, and the crew obeys the way trees obey gravity. A long, steady rhythm, primary swell, slides under your back like a breath you didn't know you were holding. Crossing it comes a shorter, sometimes sharper pulse secondary swell that tugs at your attention from a slightly different angle. The ocean is speaking two sentences at once, and you are learning to read them in parallel. Here's a lesser-known curiosity. Some navigators teach a hip meter. Press one hip bone to the deck edge, then the other, counting the tiny changes in pressure as swells intersect. The tohunga rolls a pebble across the plank to show how a point mass betrays a swell's subtle camber. You giggle because your brain is quietly becoming an accelerometer. Meanwhile, the canoe itself waits, dark and dignified. A waka hurua with a personality that is part whale, part wooden cathedral. Two hulls sing different notes against the water. A chorus the lashings translate into one conversation. This is a mainstream knowledge moment worth settling into. Double-hulled canoes spread weight, reduce roll, and carry people, plants, animals, portable worlds, really, across the ocean's wide stage. The rigging is lash-and-flex rather than bolt and brag. It allows the canoe to move like a living thing without shattering, absorbing strain like a deep breath lasts through a long story. You run your palm along the sinit cordage, and it feels like braided patience. Everything here is strong because it is allowed to bend. Under the hush of tide slip, a grandmother hands you a calabash and tells you not to drink it all at once unless you plan to learn humility the wet way. It's water now, but later it might hold poi, or the sweet brew someone calls voyage tea, which tastes like boiled pep talks. A quart gets tossed in with the gourds, a little bag of stones gathered from different beaches in the same district. Each stone a cousin who can help steady the canoe's trim because ballast has personality. The tohunga lets you pick one and warns you with a smile that choosing a stone is like accepting a small job you'll have to keep doing. Balance is a chore, not a gift. You tuck your stone under a lashing and pretend it purrs when the hull touches it. Past the fire, midnight noises make the air sound like it has freckles. A night bird clicks somewhere up the dunes, and the surf sigh is long distance and immediate at once. The tohunga resumes the swell lesson by having the crew push the canoe forward without launching, just enough to let the hull press conversations into the sand. You feel the timbre change at the stern, hear the subtle differences in hiss as wavelets retreat and stones roll. Currents, he says simply, and lifts your wrist the way a teacher lifts a puppet's arm to show how easily it can imitate motion. You listen again and pick out a thin note sliding north, another muttering seaward. The tohunga adds a mainstream piece of knowledge. Currents and prevailing winds shape sensible routes, and smart departures wait for those two to nod politely at each other. Courage matters. Timing matters more. Overhead, the sky keeps its patient curriculum. Totoru, those three bright belt stars, leans where you expect, steadying east-west thinking, and Matariki sits lower, a cluster that has a calendar's personality. The navigator names Rahua and calls attention to the color, not for poetry but for situational awareness. Red can sulk into haze earlier than white. He reminds you that not every iwi uses identical star names or even identical pointers for the same regions, and you bookmark that in your head as both a fascinating complexity and a thing to be careful about. Here is your academic note for the night. Scholars still debate the standardization of specific star names across Maori regions, arguing about overlaps, borrowings, and later confusions introduced by missionaries and recorders. You shrug companionably at the sky, which doesn't take sides. Beyond the reef, the ocean flexes like a cat stretching, long and deliberate. You practice aligning the canoe's bow with a swell direction that your bones prefer. Then double-check that the star on your mental compass stays in its appointed house. If the two agree, you smile. If they argue, you slow down and let the disagreement teach you the shape of the error. A lesser-known tidbit gets slipped into your pocket. Certain cloud types, low and flat with a greenish underbelly when the sun is behind you, can mean a lagoon or shallow waters reflecting through air like gossip. You're warned not to trust a single sign, because the ocean loves practical jokes. Pair signals, triple them when you can. You whisper the checklist under your breath like a bedtime verse. Honestly, the timeline for first landfall still wanders around the scholarly dinner table like an overexcited dog. Mainstream consensus places sustained settlement of Aotearoa in the late 13th century, often framed around 1200 to 1300 CE, but you hear the tohunga mention that old people's stories sometimes point to explorations before that, scouts nosing the coasts, perhaps not permanent, perhaps seasonal. You learn that historians are still debating this question, not because they enjoy confusion, but because both archaeology and oral history bring evidence with different accents. Charcoal layers speak slowly. Genealogies sing quickly. You practice an ocean skill that also works for knowledge, keeping your balance while the floor moves. Anyway, provisions hide their own stories in baskets and nets. Kamara tubers sit like quiet guests who know their value, and you imagine the careful tending they'll need at arrival. Dried fish waits to be useful, not dramatic. Another odd little fact flits by like a moth. Someone swears that tying a specific knot around a gourd, left hand twist, right hand blessing, keeps the cap from seizing in salt air, a superstition that must have been field-tested by thirsty people. The tohunga allows a grin but doesn't roll his eyes, because good morale can be a navigational aid. Humor keeps voices soft when the wind doesn't. A shared joke is oil for the long hinges of a voyage. Sideways across the sand, an elder scrapes a straight furrow with the paddle's blade and invites you to walk it at night without stepping out. It seems silly until you realize it trains the body to hold a line while the eyes wander, the muscles learning to recognize tiny drifts and correct them. Your steps wobble. You reset your shoulders. The line holds. Don't argue with the horizon. The elder advises. Ask it questions. You store that in the part of your brain that keeps sayings. Voyaging thrives on simple instructions that survive adrenaline. The sound of your own feet becomes a metronome, and when you stop, the ocean takes over the beat without missing a bar. Soft talk turns toward place names, because names are the pins you stick in memory's map when ink would blow away. The tohunga lists islands you may not visit and capes you may never see, yet the listing does something generous to your attention. It stretches it. Even if your canoe never kisses those shores, the mind learns to reach past the present bay. There's a practical layer here too. When stories say swell from the shoulder of the island, and your brain already carries the shape of that shoulder, you navigate with a kind of borrowed familiarity. A lesser-known quirk appears. Sometimes navigators rehearse sequences of names in rhythm with paddle strokes, the way runners count steps. It's not poetry showing off. It's poetry paying rent. Near the waterline, a child sneaks a question about monsters, and the tohunga answers with a wink so gentle you forgive him for dodging myth with seamanship. He says the real trick is not to defeat beasts but to anticipate moods, the seas, the skies, and your own. Reef the sail before the wind thinks about acting up. Share food before someone remembers to be grumpy. Sing when counting gets boring. Count when singing gets cocky. This, too, is mainstream knowledge dressed in a bedtime robe. Good crews are built on routines that let everyone sleep. The tohunga points at the stars again, by habit and by promise, and makes you repeat the houses until the words smooth out like pebbles rolled by waves. Soon the tide leans its shoulder against the canoe and suggests, politely but firmly, that delays will be charged extra. The crew lines up, hands on hulls, feet digging for traction, and you feel the night turn from lesson into motion. A low chant begins, the sort that doesn't flourish or flex, just holds a note so the heart can match it. The waka slides, protests a little, then accepts the invitation. Salt licks your shins with playful teeth. The tohunga steps aboard last, because he's the kind who loves to let everyone else succeed first. And when he settles, the canoe behaves as though a missing piece has clicked home. Outside the bay, stars redraw themselves as the shore erases. The tohunga marks a course with a star in the east, then lets swells confirm the choice, then accuses the breeze of wanting to be helpful and appoints it to a modest role. You stabilize your knees against the plank, adjust the hip meter in your head, and monitor that long, low primary swell as though it is an old friend who sometimes mumbles. The canoe responds to your smaller corrections with dignity, and a grin keeps trying to break your face open. This is not triumph. This is alignment. A wave slaps a joke against the hull. The crew laughs, and the laugh shows where fear loosened its grip. Toward the quarter where the sky looks like velvet scraped with a fingernail, a thin cloud smears greenish in the starlight, and someone mutters about lagoons again. The tohunga neither denies nor confirms. He asks for 2 more witnesses, bird flight at dawn, water flavor at first light, because single clues are lonely. You repeat the plan back, taste the word lagoon in your mouth like candy you aren't allowed to eat yet, and tuck it behind your teeth for later. A mainstream detail gets renewed as a promise. Birds can be guides, clouds can whisper, swell can nudge, but the craft that gets you there is composed of many small obediences performed consistently. You half suspect that principle works on Tuesdays too. Meanwhile, the world behind you isn't gone. It simply stretches like taffy until home becomes a quality instead of a place. You think about those debates that ride along with every migration story. Accidental drift versus purposeful voyaging, straight lines versus braided paths of return, single arrival wave versus many. The tohunga refuses to spoon-feed you aside. He says evidence changes, and so must certainty. He admits with a smile that historians are still debating this question. And then he pats the hull as if to remind you that debate can happen even while a canoe moves forward. Your job tonight is not to solve archaeology. Your job is to keep the bow honest. Next, a lesson arrives disguised as boredom. The stars appear to stand still for long minutes, and the swell repeats itself like a looped lullaby. In that quiet sameness, attention loosens, and errors breed like bunnies. The tohunga breaks the spell with a low call, and the crew rotates tasks as if shuffling a deck. You're handed a gourd and told to listen to water slosh inside it while you count strokes in sets of 8. It sounds like homemade percussion. It feels like tricking your brain into being a metronome. A small, strange fact rides along. Some crews swear the sound of certain calabashes changes pitch with humidity, making it an accidental hygrometer. You pretend to hear the difference even if you're not sure yet. Beyond midnight's shoulder, the wind remembers it knows how to frown and tries on a darker mood. Sails come down a hand. Lashings get checked as if they are shy students who need encouragement. The canoe tenses like a cat before a jump, neither frightened nor reckless. The tohunga hums something that has the tune of a warning but the lyrics of a lullaby. Reefing early, staying light on the rudder, watching the skies seems for places it might tear. Your job narrows. Feel the swell's long arm under the hull and decide how much of that arm to accept. When spray hits your face, it reads as punctuation rather than scolding, and you find that pleasant exhaustion. A good tired that means you are exactly the right size for your life. Somewhere near the hour when dreams normally clock in, the crew shares a small bite, nothing feast-like, just a slice of dried fish with the polite conviction of a wafer at a ceremony. The flavor is ocean remembering sun. You remember the quirk about tasting wind and try it again, lips parting like you're about to say a secret, and this time you think you catch a green note. Maybe it's imagination. Maybe it's the hint of land breath. The tohunga catches your experiment, raises an eyebrow, and doesn't comment, which is a compliment. He wants your senses to chase understanding the way kittens chase light. Along the eastern edge, a smudge becomes a promise as the sky takes a deep breath and brightens by something like 1 watt. The stars begin to fade not because they are shy, but because a new teacher is arriving. Daylight will ask for slightly different tools, wave patterns made visible, cloud textures more honest, bird highways unfurled like ribbons. You keep your star compass alive in the back of your head, though. The night's geometry will return this evening as if resuming a sentence. The tohunga says to keep the body awake using tiny, unheroic tricks. Roll the shoulders, flex toes, sip water, smile even when nobody's watching. Survival on the ocean, like most things worth doing, is built from small bricks laid patiently. Before the first bird writes its exclamation point across the horizon, the tohunga presses one more thought into the night's closing pages. Landfall in memory is a constellation of moments. The first green under a cloud, the first branch carried by a wave, the first smell that isn't salt pretending to be leaf. He admits records are messy, dates shuffle, and settlement didn't happen because one brave day got jealous of another. It happened because people carried their worlds forward across opportunities. He nods toward the bow as if to say the bow knows. You follow his gaze and realize that the canoe does have a face if you choose to see it. A face that reads the ocean with you and refuses to be bored. Finally, the sky can't keep the secret anymore and lets a pale ribbon of light lie down where you're heading. The crew doesn't cheer. Cheering is for endings. Instead, a soft agreement moves through bodies. A stretch, a deep inhale, a quick check of lines and knots. The tohunga points toward where the sun will rise, lets the swell approve, and then, because no teacher can resist a final nudge, asks you to name 3 stars you used and the houses they slept in. You answer, voice rough with salt and good work, and he grins not because you're perfect but because you are sailing in the language now, pronouncing it with your hands. If you had worried you might not make it past the first day, you realize the first night has already carried you farther than fear could. Dawn climbs the sky like a shy guest who brought the sun as a potluck dish, and the canoe answers with a low creak that has the timbre of an old wooden choir warming up. The hulls kiss the small chop, and the lashings hum a note that is half lullaby, half weather report. A tohunga navigator glances across the deck without moving his head much, saving motion the way a traveler saves water, and murmurs that the waka is awake now, so minds should be awake too. The rhythm underfoot is your first teacher, and it speaks in syllables of flex and release, reminding you that strength on the ocean isn't a statue's stiffness but a dancer's balance. Lines connect hull to hull with the calm certainty of bridges. Crossbeams sit like ribs between 2 long bodies, and the woven platform on top is a village square waiting for stories. No bolts bite the wood because no bolt would forgive the sea. Instead, lashing binds everything with patient intelligence. Cordage bites and loosens, creaks and settles, making music that tells on itself when a knot sulks or a beam asks for a sip more tension. This is mainstream knowledge, taught in a dozen salty voices. Double hulls widen stability, and lashings are not a substitute for nails. They're an upgrade for a living lake that never stops shrugging. Across the deck, a carved prow watches the horizon with the concentration of a grandparent who has heard every version of every story and still enjoys the next telling. The figurehead is not decoration. It carries waka papa and obligation, a wood-made promise that the canoe's face will face the world with dignity. Carved patterns ripple like remembered waves, and you brush fingertips along one spiral as though reading a sentence. A crew member gives a theatrical cough to remind you that touch is okay, showing off is not, and then tucks a small charm beneath a lashing, a feather bound with a braided strand, because luck loves rituals even when seamanship does the heavy lifting. Inside a shallow basket near the mast base, gourd bottles lean together like cousins at a reunion, and you recognize the quiet congregation. Fresh water, a mild sweet drink saved for moods that need smoothing, and a tiny stash of herbal cordial that someone swears keeps lips from cracking on long watches. Another basket holds tubers wrapped in woven leaves, and the tohunga makes eye contact just long enough to say everything the voyage depends on is inside those bundles. Food for planting, food for trading stories with soil you haven't met yet. Mainstream history agrees that ancestral migrants ferried plants and practical life from archipelago to archipelago. The canoe is less a vehicle than a traveling seed house. Above your head, a sail rises like a thought that refuses to stay quiet. Cloth or matting, thick, patient, salt-friendly. Catches wind the way a good listener catches meaning. The rig is not a European copy. It is its own logic with its own grammar, built to breathe with gusts instead of arm wrestling them. The mast is stepped to groove cleanly under strain, and the halyards whisper along with the way a hawk's tail whispers along air. Scholars still disagree on the exact shapes favored at different times and in different places. Triangular RA. Crab claw? Something between. And your tohunga enjoys that uncertainty like a spice. If the ocean can operate with a few variables, so can you. Between hull and hull, the platform sings in small changes of pitch when everyone shifts weight together. A polite chorus that feels like the ocean's heartbeat amplified. Crew guides teach a listening trick that sounds like an inside joke. Press the side of your foot lightly against a beam and hear tension through bone. It works. Music turns solid. Wood talks. Then a lesser-known curiosity arrives in a grin. If the lashings squeal too brightly, they can be rubbed with a thin smear of oil, fish, nut, or bird fat, so the song settles to a sweeter key. The canoe doesn't need silence. It needs chords that tell you what's happening without panic. Sometimes the waka creaks with the exact rhythm of a paddle stroke even when paddles sleep, and that's when you realize why the elders say the boat sings. Not the kind of melody that calls for applause, but the kind that steadies a pulse. A young crew member thumps a knuckle on a beam and says the tone is a half-breath flat. Another tests the opposite beam and agrees without needing a vote. They retention a lashing with a twist that looks like tying a promise to a stick. Then thump again. The pitch climbs. The tohunga nods and declares the deck in tune, and you file away the very practical, very adorable thought that maintenance can sound like music class. Nearby, the steering, or big, calm, dignified, rests like a patient whale rib. When it drops into the water, the canoe's mind sharpens and its choices become visible. Bring the blade across, feel the swell argue, listen for the lashing's opinion, adjust. There is nothing automatic here. Everything is intentionally analog. A crew member shows a hip and shoulder trick to keep the steering balanced without tiring wrists. Another shows a quiet way to talk to the blade, so it doesn't scare fish beneath the hull. Nothing is wizardry and nothing is trivial. The canoe rewards attention with ease and punishes drama with more drama. Under a simple canopy, tools wait like polite guests. Adzes with polished faces, bone and shell fishhooks nested like commas. Spare cordage coiled as neatly as sleeping snakes. A master of lashings demonstrates patterns that have names you promise to spell correctly later. Square lashing cousins, cross-bracing kin. Avoiding terms you can't prove and sticking to the visible practice. Pressure turns cord into structure, Structure turns movement into safety. Another crewmate points out scarf joints along a beam, places where wood meets wood not with a shrug but a handshake that spreads force. The vocabulary of the canoe is tactile. The dictionary is your palm. Consider the cargo not as weight but as a chorus of responsibilities. Dried fish packs dense nutrition into slender parcels. Water is a luxury you treat like a mood ring. Whenever it warms or tastes of yesterday, you relocate it to a happier corner. Plant cuttings and seeds are high-maintenance passengers who require shade, airflow, and the daily pep talk of a misting breeze. Dogs might travel if this were another time in canoe, curry as companions and warnings, while stowaway rats will travel whenever they are not sternly disinvited. Historians still debate exact cargo capacities for long migrations, tonnage estimates, carrying limits, how much food versus how many lives, but everyone agrees that the space holds both bodies and futures. Offhand, someone jokes that the canoe is actually a kitchen with an ocean problem. A hearthstone set into a sand-filled box sits near the windward edge to keep sparks humble, and the cook guards embers like the last birthday candle on earth. A short, pragmatic chant thanks the fire before dawn tea, because hot water is both beverage and morale spell. A curious trick floats down the deck. If the pot lid sings a high note against the rim, wind is shifting just enough to fuss with the boil. You laugh, then listen, then swear you can tell the difference between a happy lid and a sassy one. Mid-morning finds sun sliding across the sail like a cat across a warm lap, and the tohunga calls a lesson that feels like play. Balance drills start with people moving 2 paces aft, 1 pace starboard, then holding perfectly still while the canoe decides whether to resettle. The goal is to keep the lashings whispering rather than yelping. Each person is ballast with feelings. The waka prefers kindness in how those feelings stand or sit. Next, the lesson turns into a ritual, a small charm, maybe a carved bead, maybe a shell with a drilled smile, hangs where everyone can tap it before a task. Is that superstition? Of course. Is superstition a problem if it keeps hands gentle and minds calm? Not at all. Past the shade of the main canopy, the sail's tack line gets rehitched in a maneuver that looks unassuming and accomplishes something elegant. A subtle twist that coaxes lift without asking the wind to file a complaint. The tohunga sketches air with his palm and speaks in weather grammar. Angle, pressure, release. A mainstream point returns like a tide. The genius of these rigs is not brute force but forgiveness. They spill gusts before gusts can turn moods sour. They keep motion in dialogue with environment, not in argument. Somewhere a lashing squeals, gets a careful tug, sighs into cooperation. Aft, steering practice shifts to dance class. The blade bites water in long vowels. Ah to slide down a swell face, E to round a gentle shoulder, O to hold a line. You learn to conversation correct, which is different from panic correct. A small, early stroke that avoids the drama of a big, late one. The crew's joke is tidy and true. If the ocean had a tongue, it would prefer please and thank you. Your shoulders start to feel it first, then your legs, then the inside of your head where balance lives. The canoe notices, approves, and makes fewer complaints. Around the mast base, lines are coiled in circles that look like they could be lifted and worn as necklaces by giants. Knots present themselves as signatures. Each one says, I was here, I made a promise, and someone can read me. A lesser-known tip sneaks in from an uncle who has sailed more nights than your calendar has pages. Hum while tying. Not because the knot cares about music, but because humming slows the hands enough to avoid the drama of corkscrew mistakes. The deck becomes a tiny choir again, low and content, while fingers write loops into chord. Certain conventions live here like quiet rules in a kitchen. Nobody whistles on deck. Someone's aunt once said it calls a gust's mischievous cousin. Nobody counts fish aloud before the first one is back in the water. Someone's uncle once claimed it insults the sea's sense of humor. Whether those tales are verified doesn't matter. The effect is real. Rituals keep conversation respectful. Respectful conversation keeps attention sharp. Historians might roll their eyes at charm lists, and yet even historians agree crews that trust each other stay safer. You pat the little feather charm out of habit and feel your pulse settle by one polite notch. Another topic unspools as the day lengthens. Hull construction versus local materials. In one archipelago, coconut fiber becomes sinit for lashing. In another, flax becomes the hero. In a warm island forest, breadfruit wood yields big planks. In a cooler place, different tall trees offer long single-hull carvings. Mainstream knowledge frames Maori waka as masters of the long tree massive, beautifully carved single hulls for war and ceremony, while remembering that double-hulled voyaging craft brought ancestors here across larger distances. Scholars still debate how often large sails were used in later coastal life, and whether some rigs retreated when climates grew temperate and winds got moodier. The canoe does not weigh in, it simply uses what works today. Tradition is invited to dinner alongside experimentation. A new lash pattern is tried on one secondary beam, tested by tug-of-war between two laughing cousins, then approved only if the music underfoot improves. A sail repair is done with a stitch pattern that a grandmother claimed never offends the breeze. And nobody tells the breeze it is being managed. The tohunga encourages curiosity with the same seriousness he uses to bless departures. Try, listen, try again. Your skin becomes an instrument and your attention becomes the tuning peg. Humor keeps the clock soft. Someone announces that the canoe is the best singer on board and will accept harmony additions before sunset. Someone else pretends to translate the squeak of a lashing. Lads, I asked for half a finger tighter, not a full opera. Laughter is not a distraction. It is a very practical way to modulate tension. On a boat that depends on flexible systems, stiff moods are the only real enemy besides carelessness. A running joke about a gourd that refuses to pour for pessimists becomes a tradition in 3 days and will outlive everyone currently giggling at it. Meanwhile, a lesson in redundancy becomes a treasure hunt. Every essential thing exists in at least 2 places, sometimes 3, and not always in the obvious ones. A spare steering blade lies flat under the platform, wrapped like a sleeping eel. A coil of line is hidden inside another coil of line, matryoshka style, for the inevitable day when hands grab the wrong tidy circle during a midnight squall. A small ad sits in a canvas sleeve under a crossbeam with a marker nobody but the crew would recognize. A tiny stitched triangle, no bling, all meaning. You nod at the genius of not trusting memory alone, even as memory grows stronger by being invited to remember. Somewhere in the afternoon, when the light is gold enough to butter the sail, the tohunga calls for a fuller review of the waka hurua's virtues and flaws. Pros arrive like gulls. Stability on big swell, generous deck space for families and plants, redundancy because 2 hulls mean 2 lungs in one chest. Cons arrive without shame. More wetted surface to drag, more cordage to baby, trickier tacks if the wind goes sullen. Mainstream knowledge gives the platform a solid grade for long crossings with living cargo. Historians are still debating this question in footnotes. Exactly how many people, how many animals, and how much garden could ride comfortably over weeks. Your task is simpler. Keep today's garden alive. Memory of last night's swell reading flows into today's task like tide into lagoon. The canoe prefers to run a little quartering to the dominant wave trains, teasing a smoother ride from geometry without begging the wind to renegotiate boundaries. The steering or becomes a punctuation mark rather than a paragraph. It clarifies rather than editorializes. An elder mutters that good helmsmanship is basically good conversation etiquette. Don't interrupt, don't shout, don't assume. You tuck the thought behind your teeth like a mint and discover it still tastes sharp an hour later. Elsewhere on deck, the lashings get their afternoon checkup, a ritual with the same vibe as checking a sleeping child's breathing. Palms press, ears lean in, eyes count loops. A rarely mentioned trick appears. Tap a beam with a fingertip and listen for the difference between the note of dry cord and the softer note of cord slightly swollen with spray. The dry note hints tight. The soft note whispers retention me gently. And you respect that the canoe tells you how to help if you speak its language. A smear of oil here, a quarter turn there, and the song steadies. Perhaps it's time to admit how much of the waka's art is comfort engineering. Shade is tuned so the plants aren't sulking and the people aren't crispy. Drainage is guided so puddles don't make homes they refuse to leave. Sleeping spaces are swapped so nobody's spine becomes a weather complaint factory. Even footwear enters the chat. Woven sandals let the deck breathe and keep toes grippy without splinters writing their tiny signatures into heels. Comfort isn't luxury. It's the system that keeps tempers kind and hands accurate when the weather sharpens its eyebrows. Gradually, the conversation turns to names, of tools, of parts, of stories carved into prow and stern. A forward projection tall with carved authority. A stern post that writes wake into poetry. Crossbeams that carry ancestral metaphors. None of it is mere labeling. Knowing a name unlocks a way to fix a problem without assault. When someone calls for a specific line to be eased, the correct hands move before the sentence ends, because everyone speaks the same deck language. A lesser-known teaching resurfaces. Before sleep, whisper your gratitude to a line by name. Silly? Maybe. Effective? Surprisingly. Beyond the platform's edge, dolphins sketch parentheses around the canoe, as though adding punctuation to whatever the lashings are singing. Their presence bursts morale like a small firework and then settles into a steady glow of companionship. The tohunga refuses to interpret animals as omens. They have their business, you have yours, but he does encourage learning from their economy of movement. They spend no energy they do not need to spend. Steering copies them. Pacing copies them. Even laughter copies them, large, then instantly efficient again. Closer to sunset, a small storm tumbles along a distant quarter the way a puppy tumbles along a hallway, loud and enthusiastic. The crew notices, nods, and reefing becomes a choreography rather than a scramble. Lines ease with the speed of kindness. Sail area shrinks without sulking. The waka changes key from bright to mellow. A debate rises in your head about whether migration voyages intentionally sailed into these latitudes during unsettled seasons. The tohunga shrugs philosophically. Historians still debate the frequency and timing of such choices, and the canoe has zero interest in scholarly drama. It just likes not getting slapped around. Toward the blue hour, dinner grows from a practical checklist into a social organ. There's a rule about the first bite going to the quiet person closest to the steering or because concentration deserves snacks. A quirk rounds out the meal. A thimble of sweet drink is tapped against the deck before anyone sips. A toast that thanks the wood for carrying too much of your weight and none of your complaints. The sound is a tiny bell. The moment is a tiny ceremony. The effect on mood is pleasantly non-tiny. Finally, night walks onto the deck with its shoes off, and the waka's song lowers to that smooth register you might call bedtime for beams. Stars re-enter their houses like neighbors respecting curfew, and the tohunga points to the compass in your head to remind it that class never really dismissed. A mainstream reminder ties a bow on the day. The design under your feet, double-hulled, lashed, forgiving, makes these long lessons possible in the first place. It is not only technology but philosophy. Resilience through flex, safety through song. Debates about cargo math and sail shapes can keep scholars company on quiet afternoons, and you hope they do. For tonight, the only arithmetic that matters is the gentle sum of balanced forces and the steady remainder of forward motion. Moonrise climbs behind the sail like a slow confession, silver brushing the matting until the weave looks almost wet, and the tohunga's voice lowers to that bedtime register that makes ideas feel like pillows instead of homework. A soft tap of the paddle tip asks the deck for quiet. Then another tap draws a circle in the mind, if not yet in the sand. This is where the star compass lives, not on parchment, not etched in bronze, but in breath, in the way shoulders square to the horizon, in the way your eyes settle into the edges of night like feet into well-worn sandals. The sea keeps a steady metronome under the hulls, and that heartbeat becomes the drum track that carries the lesson forward. Memory here is architecture. Akapehu Wetu is not a single pin stuck at north. It is a neighborhood of houses strung around the horizon, each with its own doorway, each with tenants, stars, who keep reliable hours when the weather minds its manners. The tohunga has you face one house and hold it with your whole body, not just the pupils. Knees align, hips quiet, chest squared, chin set like a pointer. From that stillness, you let a named star rise into the frame as if welcoming a guest. Then watch where it sets, mapping a path across your inner room. Mainstream knowledge says navigators learn the rising and setting points for a constellation of wayfinders and treat those points like cardinal truths that shift with season but keep their order. That sentence lives in you now, not in a book. Circles, though, are hard to trust until they're traced. So the tohunga kneels, finds a patch of dry deck, and draws an invisible wheel with the paddle blade while the crew leans in as if heat rises from the line. He speaks the compass like a chant. Houses clicking into place, edges labeled by habitual stars, and you repeat them until the words stop feeling like strangers. There's a childish delight in naming edges of the world. There's also adult humility in realizing the names vary by district and school. The point is not to memorize a single orthodoxy. The point is to inhabit a geometry that helps a canoe hold its manners at night. With each repetition, you feel the ring tighten from abstraction to something like furniture. Names follow, and names are always both map and argument. Matariki, low and shy when it wants to be, becomes a seasonal bell that tells you the year's doorway has opened. Tautoru, those three bright belt stars you met last night, anchor east-west thinking. Rahua burns with a ripe red that insists you pay attention to color as well as position. A crew elder swaps in another label from a different teacher for the same pattern, and the tohunga doesn't scold. He nods, because truth in the sky tolerates dialect. Scholars, predictably, are still debating this question, exactly which star names were standardized across iwi and which shifted like accents from bay to bay. You keep both the certainty of the light and the flexibility of the language in the same pocket. Practice turns out to be a matter of hands as much as eyes. Fist to the horizon at arm's length becomes an impromptu quadrant, roughly 10 degrees for a fist, a few for 3 fingers, a single degree for 1 finger's breadth on a good night when your arm is honest and your posture isn't slouching. The tohunga teases that bad posture makes for bad astronomy, and you promise your spine to behave. A quirky hack sneaks in like a wink. The stretched thumb to little finger shaka covers a larger slice of sky, a bluff tool for course checks that keeps your sense of scale anchored. None of this is gadgetry. It's anthropology of the body, the only device that never gets left on the beach. Shoulders learn their own constellation. Instead of pointing with hands, the tohunga has you tilt a breath at a time until your ribcage remembers what due east feels like, what a half house to the north tastes like, what it means when a star sits 1 fist above the lashings. The canoe's stringers present themselves as sight lines. The mast becomes a plumb. A crossbeam offers a stubborn, trustworthy horizon when the real one carries a mood. The deck is a chalkboard that erases itself, which is fine, because the writing is happening deeper than wood. It settles into muscles, lodges behind the eyes, and refuses to pack up when daylight chases the class indoors. Overhead, the familiar faces arrive to take roll. Tautoru stands like a dependable door hinge, pointing to the place where the sun will rise and set if you extend that logic to daylight. Matariki glitters like a handful of spilled sugar. Prettier than practical until a calendar conversation starts, and then surprisingly bossy. Rahua hums its slow red. Other bright ones. Serious glittering like a nervous teacher's note. Canopus with that aristocratic brightness. Wander into the edges of the lesson whether or not they were on tonight's plan. Mainstream knowledge folds in gently. Southern skies like a bright pole star. So navigators red rotations. Crux leaning and spinning, pointers sliding. As a way to find South's quiet heart. Your attention spreads, then steadies. Elsewhere in the dome, the deep grammar of rising and setting begins to flavor time. Stars lift from their houses earlier or later as the year walks forward. And the tohunga has you mark that slipping schedule on your tongue by humming the first line of a chant on a specific star's first appearance. It's ridiculous, and it works. In mid-sentence, the canoe tilts just enough to deny complacency, and you realize why the compass avoids paper. The horizon moves, the deck breathes, the angles flirt, and any map that can't wiggle is a betrayal. Bodied knowledge handles wobbles like a dancer who expects a mischievous stage. Between those heavenly appointments, the ocean keeps lobbying to be included in the lesson. Primary swell sources a long paragraph of motion. Secondary swell writes in italics across it. Wind chop scribbles at the margins. When your inner compass points to the house where the chosen star rises and your hips agree with the swell's pull, the canoe lists into a comfortable honesty that feels like a correct answer even before the teacher nods. A lesser-known trick resurfaces from last night's mischief. A hip meter, bone against deck edge, counting tiny differences in pressure as long swell and short swell cross. Call it analog gyroscopy, call it listening, call it the boat teaching you to be a tuning fork. Sometimes the sky plays pranks and you learn why navigators cultivate a sense of humor. Low stars flirt with atmospheric refraction and twinkle like they're trying out stand-up comedy. Haze turns bright friends into shy cousins. The tohunga tells you to trust patterns, not single points, the way you would trust a family more than a stranger who knocks at night. Another odd tip shows up with a grin. Wet eyelashes actually change how glittery starlight feels when you blink. An almost silly calibration that can tell you whether you're chasing a star or a sparkle. You try it, ridiculous and earnest, and discover that laughter can coexist with data. Underfoot, the deck becomes a metronome for naming drills. The tohunga calls a house and you pivot, not like a soldier but like a plant turning toward water. Smooth, whole body, patient. A star is named and you mark its rise, then are asked for its set. The answer lives not in a number but in a picture you've been sketching in your head all evening. Mainstream history breaks in wearing sensible shoes. Across Polynesia, different traditions developed local star compasses and house names, and while the architecture rhymes, the syllables sing in their own keys. That diversity is not a bug. It's an ecology that kept knowledge alive across place and time. Midwatch drifts closer, and the lesson deepens into play. The tohunga invites you to treat the canoe as if it's nailed to the ocean and the sky slides around it like a lazy turntable. If the canoe is the sleeping pivot and the stars wander, then what you are keeping is not so much a heading as a relationship, a promise to stay on speaking terms with a path across the houses. You test this in tiny arcs. Bow one breath left, watch a star edge toward a lashing. Bow one breath right, watch it drift back. The boat approves by not complaining. A smile sneaks onto your face and stays. Songs creep in because songs always creep in when work threatens to get too concentrated. Mnemonics hide in lullaby clothes. Two-syllable lines for two-house jumps. Rolling rhythms for rising tracks. Clipped rhythms for setting. The crew sings names of houses in pairs that your brain categorizes as neighbors. One hand claps for east cousins. A knee tap for south, a shoulder drop for west. You become a small percussion ensemble of geography, and the stars become an audience that refuses to clap but keeps watching. Humor keeps the project breathable. If someone misnames a house, a wooden spoon is ceremonially pointed at the guilty toe until the correct syllables emerge. Quirkier methods make an appearance because every school needs its legends. An elder produces a small string of shells and says each shell is a star you expect to meet before midnight. Moving a shell from one knot to another as the star climbs builds a tactile clock that sits inside a pocket and doesn't care if clouds interrupt the view. Another crewmate has carved tiny notches into the edge of a paddle. Nothing to weaken it, just enough to mark the elevation of favorite markers at arm's length. Historians will argue about what artifacts counted as official instruments. But your fingers already know the rule that matters. If it can hide in a canoe and survive a storm, it can be part of the system. Dawnward thinking sneaks into a night lesson because wayfinding refuses to segment itself into tidy boxes. The tohunga reminds everyone that the sun's first peak shoulders into the same grammar. Your star houses teach you where the day will pour over the ocean's rim and where it intends to fall asleep later. Clouds behave like big slow letters if the light is right, and birds draw literal lines toward land when their schedules demand a commute. Mainstream understanding nods its head. Day and night are one curriculum. The star compass sleeps with its eyes open, adjusting for season like a living calendar. Debate, inevitably, warms the edges of the conversation like tea left near the hearth. Which names for houses survived colonization intact? Which were reshaped by recorders' pens? Which were lost and later revived with loving guesswork? Were some constellations reserved as chiefly knowledge while others belonged to anyone with calluses? The tohunga refuses to be pulled into a polemic, saying with soft certainty that historians are still debating this question, and that their debates, useful and honest, should not be mistaken for the ocean's opinion. The sea just asks whether your course keeps a promise to the horizon. Preparation turns ritualistic in a way that feels like sharpening. A circle is paced at the bow, and you step it like a clock, each footfall a house's doorway, each breath a recitation of rising friends and setting neighbors. The mast base becomes north for one practice set, then east for the next, because your memory should carry the compass regardless of where it stands tonight. A lesser-known drill surprises you with its usefulness. Close the eyes, name the star you would pick if clouds thin just enough, open, verify, close again. The brain builds a scaffolding that outlives the weather. Later, a tiny test arrives disguised as kindness. The tohunga offers a warm drink and then, as the cup taps your teeth, asks you to align the canoe to the house where your favorite star will rise in 15 minutes. No frantic scanning, no drama. Just a gentle adjustment of hips and a murmured request to the steering oar. When the star appears exactly where your body guessed, the crew pretends not to notice, which in this culture is the highest compliment available to someone still learning. Confidence blooms without strutting. The ocean allows you that small victory like a patient teacher who likes watching math land. Cloud banks at the edge of vision offer practice in not cheating. A greenish shade on a low cloud belly, the faint braille of birds at morning's seam. A thread of pumice that seems to have a favorite direction. Each hints at land. Each must be partnered with celestial reason. The rule is kinder than a law and firmer than a suggestion. Never marry a clue by itself. Arrange a proper group wedding with witnesses from sky and sea. Mainstream seamanship calls it redundancy. The waka calls it manners. Your nerves call it sanity preserved. Stories lace the lesson because no school thrives on instructions alone. A grandfather voice tells of a voyage where a young wayfinder mispronounced a house name for an entire week and the sea forgave the vowels because the alignments were faithful. Another tale recalls a teacher who made students taste wind at dusk, then taste it again after a star rose into a certain house, and half the crew swore they could tell the difference, half swore they could not, and all agreed they concentrated better after the experiment. Lesser-known asides roll across the deck like friendly marbles. Someone claims that singing a star's nickname, not its formal name, makes it appear a hair sooner. Skepticism cohabits with delight. Training expands to involve the whole canoe in ways that would read as overkill to a landlocked observer. A lashing is retention to turn the pitch underfoot into a note that aligns with the rising of a specific star. Pure coincidence, practical memory. The steering blade is tickled, not hauled, when a star nears a platform line, engraving a sensation rather than a command into muscle memory. Bread goes around, one bite each, so hypoglycemia doesn't sneak into the lesson and throw everyone's bearings back into kindergarten. A soft discipline holds. Nobody calls it that because the words would make it stiff. Critters volunteer for class participation because the ocean is generous with guests. A flying fish knocks itself silly against a hull plank and is gently scooped back into the dark as if sent to detention for enthusiasm. Phosphorescent scribbles under the bow, and the tohunga points out, not for the first time, that the glow beloved by poets can also mark your wake for night companions, useful for keeping boats aligned without shouting. Historians disagree about whether bioluminescent trails ever counted as formal navigation aids. What matters to this deck is that starlight and sea light coexist to keep the crew inside the same paragraph. Calm returns like a cat who wanted attention and now wants none, and the class slides from active drills into contemplative maintenance. Lines are coiled with a generosity that anticipates midnight fingers. Knots get rehearsed by touch with eyes closed, because it's rude to depend on lanterns for what hands should know. The star compass, your inner ring of houses, keeps rotating in your thoughts, almost audible, like a coin spun slow and steady on a table. The tohunga asks a question that is less a test than a courtesy. If the clouds eat the east, which house in the west will accept your star's setting? The answer arrives through your feet before it arrives at your lips. Gentleness wraps the final segment as if tucking it into bed. There's a reminder that a body tired enough to stumble will mislabel a house, and a laughable corrective. 3 gulps of water and a stretch. Saves the night from the kind of mistakes pride prefers. A lesser-known tidbit offers itself as both trivia and utility. Licking a fingertip and holding it at eye height while sighting a star can give you a sense of tiny breeze shifts that might bias a long hold. It's absurd, but the absurd keeps attention awake without the caffeine that steals sleep later. The canoe accepts the silliness because good outcomes adore humble inputs. Finally, the sky slides 1 degree toward dawn and calls an intermission without dismissing class. Stars soften and the sun makes promises with a pale seam. The houses empty politely, tenants stepping back behind their curtains to let day take a bow. The tohunga's last instruction lands with the gentle weight of a weighted blanket. Carry the compass forward into daylight, tucked behind your breathing, because a wayfinder does not clock out when the lanterns do. Historians can keep debating names, counts, and standardizations. Scholars can crosshatch maps with footnotes. Storytellers can argue about which ancestor first called which star a cousin. The waka wants something simpler and harder. That your body hold the ring, that your eyes respect the horizon, and that your voice can name a path without paper when the night asks, softly and seriously, where to now? Before moonlight thins into a silver ribbon, a quiet instruction travels the deck like steam from a cup. Lie flat, breathe evenly, and let wood, bone, and water talk to each other without your opinions getting in the way. The tohunga nods toward the plank beside the mast, not as a command but as an invitation, and the crew shifts so your ribs can meet the language of motion. It's not dramatic. No theatrical thunder, no galloping surf, just the ocean's long syllables pressing through timber and flesh. With eyelids lowered, star glitter turns from visual map to percussion track, and the horizon becomes a drum you read with skin. A soft hand settles a woven mat beneath your shoulder blades, and in that small kindness the lesson deepens. Comfort is not laziness here. Comfort is calibration. Beneath the relaxed weight of your breathing, the canoe hums its bass note, a patient you that wraps the hulls and keeps time for the night. Long waves, born far away under storms you'll never meet, arrive as the primary swell, those dignified paragraphs of water that don't break so much as keep their promises. Crossing them at a mild angle is another rhythm, secondary swell, chattier, sometimes shorter in period, sometimes offspring of a different wind field entirely. The deck translates the crossing into a beat that wobbles like a slow waltz learned by a friendly giant. Nobody shouts, "Feel this." Sensing isn't a performance. It's the leash you make for attention so it doesn't bolt. Elsewhere along the platform, a crew elder demonstrates the hip meter, an odd, homely trick that turns your pelvis into a tide gauge. One hip bone nudges the deck edge, the other floats a thumb's width from a lashing. Then the positions swap, not in a wiggle but in a slow seesaw barely big enough to notice unless you're paying rent to the moment. Count the gentle pushes, 1, 2, 3, and note which side receives the stronger handshake when the long swell crosses. That is the direction of the primary's insistence tonight. No mysticism, no secret hardware, just geometry and cartilage and a craft that generously turns every part of you into a sensor. Tonight the tohunga adds a toy to the repertoire. A smooth pebble placed near your sternum while you lie still. As the waka flexes, the pebble rolls at the faintest slope change, whispering acceleration with all the drama of a seed sliding on a leaf. Subtlety is the point. If the stone shoots across the board like a startled lizard, you missed the lesson and learned only that gravity still works. A second object, a gourd half filled with water, serves as an analog seismograph. Liquid slosh changes rhythm when periodicities cross, and your ear begins to sort lullaby from alert. Anyone watching from shore would say you're doing nothing. Anyone listening from inside would disagree with a smile. Between the shoulder blades and the soles of your feet, conduction becomes companionship. Bone speaks to wood, wood speaks to water, water speaks to distance, and you translate backward from the far to the near. Primary swell, respectful and unhurried, hints at storms born beyond the horizon days ago, their energy thinned into velvet persistence. Secondary swell, a little impatient, carries local gossip, winds that clocked around at dawn, a squall line that practiced being dramatic and then forgot its lines. Wind chop, bless its short attention span, scribbles in the margins where legs and ankles do their best work. The trick is not to crown a single rhythm king but to let the trio establish a stable government. Underfoot the lashings mutter in 3 dialects, tight, almost musical creak for primary, cheekier squeak for secondary, soft tapping for chop, and your hearing archives the pattern so the day crew can cross-check later with eyes. Mainstream ocean knowledge floats here without swagger. Long-period swells can travel vast distances with minimal loss, filtering around islands and bending along underwater contours. Shorter wind-driven waves speak more of what's nearby than what's legendary. You're not memorizing textbook sentences. You're letting those sentences set up house in your muscles, so they won't leave when the lanterns go out. Sometimes the ocean writes a letter in low relief, a place where the water feels smoother, not because wind took a nap but because swell energy bent and tucked behind an invisible edge. This is the island's whisper before the island is visible. Refraction and shadow messing politely with your expectations. You notice the deck's rhythm relax a hair when the bow points through that softness and tighten a hair when you wander out of it. A story passes quietly along the platform about a voyage where an elder called land 2 dawns away by noticing that the long swell's shoulder had a bruise, a gentler patch nested inside the dominant rhythm. The crew didn't cheer then either. They simply adjusted a degree and took a long sip of patience. Secondary deserves equal respect, because it's the guest who shows you whether the party is local. The shorter train might roll in from a front that has already wandered off, or from fetch between neighboring islands that are too far to see but close enough to gossip with the water beneath you. Its signature on the deck is a little busier, its period a little snappier, and when it crosses the primary you can feel a beat frequency, a slow wobble nested inside faster pulses, that tells you something layered is happening. No numbers required. No apology offered to math. Just the rhythm, honestly reported. Across a few heartbeats, the tohunga moves the lesson from diagnosis to steering. An almost invisible change of heading turns a crossbeat into a smoother ride, and without a spoken command, the steering blade agrees. If the wobble slows when you turn a breath to windward, you've diminished the crossing angle and asked the two swells to mind their manners. If the wobble amplifies, you adjust the other way and pretend you meant to do that for practice. The canoe notices the reduction in drama and thanks you with silence. Silence is the favorite applause of boats. Longer stories ride inside the physics. Swell refraction around land, the bending of those long-period waves as the seafloor shoals, can carve lanes of relative calm on the lee side and enhance preferences on the windward, painting the ocean with contrasts your skin can read when your eyes are blindfolded by night. Historians and oceanographers agree on the mechanism. Navigators, depending on school, disagree on how heavily to lean on it. Your tohunga treats it as a polite informant, never a sole witness. One sign is a flirt. 3 signs get a seat at the table. Another trick joins the family of practical absurdities. A tiny sling is strung between 2 posts with a weighted pendant, basically a shy pendulum, and whenever the deck's acceleration shifts, the pendant's arc redraws itself. It is not a laboratory instrument. It is a child's toy promoted to consultant. Someone else smears a dab of oil on a crossbeam, then watches whether it creeps in a preferred direction when the canoe holds steady for a minute. That movement, magnified by patience, makes a case for where the long push is hiding inside short noise. Laughter is welcome. Usefulness is mandatory. Skeptics exist on every deck, and they're worth feeding. A crew cousin raises the fair question. If swell tells so many truths, why carry stars in our mouths at all? The tohunga smiles into the wind and answers gently that redundancy is not vanity. It is mercy. Stars can hide under cloud. Swells can stumble under complicated cross seas or fail to declare a clear winner. Birds may disagree with both. Scholars are still debating how much earliest landfinding relied on swell refraction alone, and they're right to argue because evidence wears both bone and song. You live in the end. The canoe prefers and to or every time. Meanwhile, the day contributes low-drama evidence. Rafted bits of kelp align themselves along the long push, their stems pointing with all the subtlety of arrows. Foam streaks lie in lanes like chalk marks left by a teacher who wandered off to get more chalk. Even the squeak of the mast wedge seems more cheerful when the bow sweet spot marries the primary's polite shoulder. Mainstream seamanship loves these convergences. When sky, sea, debris, and would all nod at the same idea, the helmsman breathes a little easier and the crew's jokes upgrade from coping to celebratory. Practice refuses to stay abstract. The tohunga calls a simple drill that feels like threading a needle while the needle winks. First, the crew eases the sail a hair, asking the waka to listen harder to the undermusic. Next, you angle the bow to one side until the secondary slap grows cheeky. Then you drift back through the sweet center where slap becomes stroke, then over to the other side until the lashings tattle. That central groove, a kind of kinesthetic trough, is your alignment lane. Hold it not with the freeze of a statue, but with the sway of a dancer who trusts the band. Stories like to sneak into the science because memory is a better archivist when it has characters to walk around inside it. A tale about a navigator who named swells like family. Grandmother for the far-hearted long train, uncle for the fresh local chop, cousin for the mischievous crossbeat, becomes a mnemonic the whole watch borrows. If grandmother's tales get quiet and uncle gossips louder, you're drifting onto a lee that might smell of land by dawn. Is it empirical? Call it emotional empiricism. The canoe does not blush at the thought that affection can organize data. Morning edges closer, and with it the birds who make their own calendars. Flights begin to lace the sky across your course like punctuation, And the tohunga invites a cross-check. If the long push and the bird highways politely agree, the day deserves a little confidence. If they disagree, humility is cheap insurance. A quirky aside helps you stay awake. Smell the air at knee level versus chest level. Occasionally the river plumes that taste like wet soil ride lower than your standing nose, especially at dawn. Your amusement at the image, people crouching to sniff breeze like detectives, sits comfortably beside your respect for the method. Currents complicate the picture the way plot twists complicate novels, not to ruin the story but to make it interesting. A long, low-slung drift presses the canoe in a direction the swell didn't sign off on, and you have to mentally subtract that sideways whisper to keep your sense of land-finding honest. The crew plays a game. Watch a drifting leaf alongside for 30 heartbeats, estimate its slide relative to the hull, then compare guesses. It's not a laboratory, it's rehearsal space. Mainstream knowledge again nods. Current, wind, and swell form a messy committee. The best captains become wise chairpersons rather than tyrants. Patience, not heroics, wins the chapter. Long watches reward crews who discover tiny jobs that keep senses honest. Readying a coil for neatness, counting hip meter pulses in groups of 7. Taking a sip of water every time the lashings settle into a baritone for 3 consecutive breaths. The waka's song becomes your metronome for caring, and caring is the glue that lets techniques stay portable across nights and moods. Anyone can be alert for a minute. Wayfinders stay alert for a season by making attention kind. Evening returns in a different outfit, and the swell lesson reopens under a sky that has seen your practice and decided to raise the challenge. A long low hum grows under the deck. Not threatening, just deeper, and secondary turns sprightly with wind that forgot to be shy. The tohunga invites an experiment. Steer by swell alone for a full quarter hour. Keep your star compass at the edge of vision but not in charge. Then swap the roles, steer by star alone for the next quarter hour. Let the deck sing without giving it the microphone. The contrast educates without arguing. When the time arrives to integrate, you feel the satisfaction of tools shaking hands. Finally, the conversation turns to landfinding proper, the grown-up version of the child's game you and the waka have been playing. You know the theory. An island throws a shadow across swell energy, a fan-shaped zone of calm or changed texture downstream of its bulk, and occasionally it sends interference lines outward like soft fences. If your course intersects one of those signatures, your skin notices even when your eyes are working on other jobs. Mainstream navigators call it one sign among many. Romantic storytellers sometimes crown it the single hero. Scholars write long paragraphs debating which version paid the mortgage historically. The tohunga, who has opinions but won't turn them into religion, hands you the steering blade and says, "Let's see what the night thinks." Before dawn's gray coin flips, a green-tinted smear under a low cloud pulses quietly like a heartbeat that only the attentive hear. The secondary swell's sass collapses by a half, while the primary grows more articulate instead of louder. Hip meter counts shift, a weight toward port that wasn't there an hour ago, and the gourd slosh rounds into a calmer circle. No one declares victory. A tiny correction adds 1 degree to the bow's alignment with the sweet lane, and a second witness volunteers. A line of small floating twigs begins to point your way like shy arrows. Confidence expands but stops 2 steps short of swagger. Beside the mast, the pendulum's trace settles into an arc so consistent it deserves a lullaby, and your inner skeptic, well-fed, never exiled, asks whether you're reading signs or writing the answer you want. The tohunga answers by pulling the plug on one sense at a time. First the eyes, hooded by a hand, then the ears, distracted by a low hum, then the hips, exaggerated a touch to see if noise overpowers signal. Signals survive the mischief. You release a breath you didn't notice holding and practice gratitude for the version of proof that lives on moving floors. Across this practice, a lesser-known curiosity keeps spirits light. Certain crews swear that the plank nearest the bow has a personality that exaggerates crossbeat in a way that's easier to parse. They call it the gossip board and assign an apprentice to listen there during tricky nights. No textbook mentions the gossip board. No bureaucracy signs its permits. Still, your experience aligns. The tonal difference along the length of the platform becomes a set of percussion voices, each telling the same story in a different register. Once heard, it can't be unheard. Near midday, after hours of kinesthetic reading, you're handed a flat reference task. Match the swell-based heading against the star house you expect for this season and this latitude. Then cross-check with bird movement. All three tip toward the same slice of horizon as though they scheduled a meeting without you. The tohunga lets the satisfaction land and then salts it with necessary humility. There will be nights when two signals disagree and you must decide which to privilege. There will be mornings when all three refuse to talk and you wait rather than pretend. There will be years when the arguments of scholars about past techniques will become background music for present choices. Your job is to stay musical. Soon the wind remembers how to frown, and Chop scrawls its impatient handwriting across the deck's elegant grammar. A refraction lane that felt like silk becomes corduroy, and the canoe politely requests that you stop relying on how things were 10 minutes ago. This is when you learn the real virtue of the hip meter. It is instantaneous and unforgiving. It does not love yesterday's answers. You adjust twice in small amounts rather than once with flair, and the song underfoot thanks you by not turning into percussion you don't intend. The lesson is plain. Small early changes beat large late ones in helmsmanship and in mood. Under an evening rainbow of spray, the crew revisits the core method as if folding laundry, familiar, domestic, necessary. Lie down, breathe, name primary, name secondary, coax the sweet path between them, and let any hint of land shadow be an invitation rather than a trap. Obscure details surface with a wink. Someone swears that a very faint vanilla note in certain dawn breezes comes from flowering shrubs far inland. Another swears the note is actually your own sleep-deprived optimism pretending to be botany. Jokes settle arguments with kindness until better evidence knocks. Past midnight, the waka finds that velvet lane again, the place where Chop sulks in a corner and Primary sits serenely in the middle of the room, and a quiet confidence rides the deck like starlight thick enough to touch. The tohunga offers the smallest of nods, and you accept it not as a medal but as permission to keep trusting your plain senses. Historians can keep counting pottery shards and cross-examining genealogies. Oceanographers can keep graphing spectra. Storytellers can keep setting poems on fire. In this present-tense classroom, your hips, your ears, and your palm on the plank remain the syllabus, and the only grade is whether the canoe keeps its promises. Morning folds itself over the sail with the tender weight of a warm blanket, and the tohunga's hand sketches a small arc in the air that means, lift your eyes, read the soft white handwriting. The ocean still hums yesterday's lesson beneath the planks, but the sky is offering a fresh page, and the letters are clouds. The first job is not to point or decide. It is to notice. Low cumulus parade in tidy rows like sheep that have learned choreography. Their flat bases sliced by an even ceiling. Their tops puffed where moist air rises and meets the cool. That ceiling is the inversion, a lid on the morning's pot, and you clock its height the way a baker clocks the rise of dough, by feel, by patience, by a quiet grin that knows more is coming. The canoe holds its polite sway while your gaze writes the day's first paragraph. Overhead, a street of clouds forms like an avenue paved with softness, aligned with the wind in long parallel chains that look as though carts of air have rolled over the same lanes until ruts appeared. Cloud streets, the tohunga murmurs, can be honest about the wind's near-surface vectors, and they can sometimes hint at where sea breeze convergence might set up later. In the long bands of light between the streets, the water brightens and then dims as your angle changes. Glitters run and hide as though playing tag with your pupils. You notice how the streets point toward a hazier quarter and how that quarter smells a shade less salty. The ocean's grammar has a sky accent this morning, and your jaw unclenches because direction is starting to behave like a friendly neighbor. Beneath those gentle ranks, the sea carries the shadows like tattoos. Dark streaks beneath cloud lines draw finger-width guides across the surface, and the waka rides them with the same practical indifference it offers swells. Respect, not worship. Spray lifts in smaller fists where the lines compress, and smooth patches broaden where the air relaxes its grip. A crewmate taps a finger against a crossbeam and says, almost to herself, that shadow maps move a hair slower than wind scrawl, and the observation tucks into your method pocket. Reading the sea through the filter of sky turns a noisy page into legible handwriting, and your chest loosens as you realize you're learning without straining. Farther along the horizon, a single stubborn cap sits on air like a hat that refuses to leave the party. Peleus, a cap cloud, can crown a towering cumulus when air surges upward fast enough to condense a smooth veil. Downwind of a high island, it can also show as a banner cloud, tethered to the peak by invisible strings of flow. The tohunga points, not in excitement but in invitation, and asks the deck to imagine a mountain with a white scarf trailing. You line up the scarf's anchor with the swell direction you trust and feel the geometry offer a handshake. Mainstream wayfinding across the Pacific acknowledges this sign. Stationary orographic clouds betray land's rough shoulders beyond the horizon. The canoe doesn't cheer. It trims a line, eases a breath, and asks for 2 more witnesses. Somewhere under those robes of fluff, a whisper of green hides like a shy joke. Green tinge under a cloud base is the oddity you were promised. When the sun angle cooperates, a bright lagoon can bounce its color onto the underside of a low cloud, turning the white's belly into the faintest mint. The tohunga grins as if sharing a kitchen secret your grandmother would approve of. You squint, then soften, because squinting is for doubters and softening is for seers, and there it is, green like a memory of plants. Caution arrives with the delight. Phytoplankton blooms can mimic that mint, and shallow sand can tattle without a lagoon's embrace. Pair the sign with birds, with swell shadow, with smell, or risk marrying a rumor. Meanwhile, the color will keeps offering clues that don't need permission slips. Dawn's first copper warms cloud edges, and the warmth thickens into peach near the quarter where moisture piles up. Dry sky wears a thin gold that doesn't cling. Wet sky keeps the light like a promise. In late afternoon, the same theater will reverse. Blue shadows under cumulus deepen over cool currents, while thicker, higher tops above warmer patches stay cotton bright. The trick is not to generalize with a trumpet. It is to hum patterns under your breath and let them match across hours. That's what your teacher means by patience. Puzzles solved by time rather than heroics. Between the sky and the deck, work continues with a domestic competence that refuses to get dramatic. A kettle sings near the windward side, and you tuck a mouthful of hot sweetness behind your teeth, while the tohunga asks you to pair every cloud suspicion with a sea reality. Wind lanes slant, swell lanes bend, birds cut diagonals with the conviction of commuters. Debris lines settle into arrows if you let them. The triangle you are building, cloud, sea, birds, likes to be scalene. If all 3 sides are the same length, you're probably forcing it. Laughter walks across the platform, because the metaphor is ridiculous and helpful, exactly the flavor the canoe prefers. Under the distant shoulder of a weather front, a deck of stratocumulus lies down like a blanket that doesn't trust joy. Flat and gray, it mutes the story, and your heart wants to sulk. Cold southern waters do this, less evaporation, more stable layers, lower convective excitement, and the island cloud halos you dream of can get shy. A crewmate who grew up farther south shrugs kindly and says cloud-reliant landfinding pays attacks below certain latitudes. Scholars wonder how navigators accounted for this. Meteorologists bring diagrams. Sailors bring rumors. Historians are still debating this question, not least because oral accounts speak in symbols and weather logs in numbers, and translation is honest but imperfect. The deck does not mind the argument. It just asks you to lean harder into swell, birds, and smell when the sky gets stingy. Beside the mast, a small ritual helps convert romance into method. Cloud base height can be guessed with a scale your body carries everywhere. A fist at arm's length spans roughly 10 degrees, and if the base sits one fist above the horizon for a nearest street, rules of thumb translate that angle and typical tradewind cloud height into a not embarrassing distance estimate. It's rough, yes, but so is every other measurement on a moving deck with a salt-crusted audience. The tohunga has you say the number out loud. Hearing it makes you less likely to lie to yourself later. Across the water, the banner behaves like a kite anchored to something heavy. The tail points leeward. The root clings to the same patch of air even as the boat and the world shuffle around. That stubbornness is the point. Unlike fair-weather puffs that grow, wander, and die like gossip, a banner cloud holds an unambiguous attachment. You line the route with a gap between two platform lashings and check again after 50 heartbeats. It still sits where you left it. A secondary confirmation arrives as vocally as gulls. Boobies peel from the haze and fly lines not to nowhere but to responsibility. Evening roost waits somewhere under that scarf. Around the cooking box, a gourd gets polished into silliness and utility. A thin film of water on the inside turns its mouth into a poor man's mirror, and the tohunga invites everyone to tilt it toward a suspect cloud belly and let the reflection isolate color. You feel ridiculous fussing with a glossy calabash like a vain sailor checking hair, and then the mint of a lagoon snaps into clarity and the laughter becomes applause. It's hardly an instrument. It's a pocket of physics and play. The canoe tolerates both with the noblesse oblige of old wood. Midday pushes the shallow cumulus toward congestus, the middle child that can become thunder if family drama escalates, and the class pivots toward drift. Big anvils can sail far from their parents. Trusting anvil position to mark land would be like trusting a hat to reveal the head that wore it yesterday. The tohunga walks you through the lifetime of afternoon towers, born over warm patches, gathering moisture with arrogant shoulders, then stretched and sheared until they wear a flat white crown. The crown is a lyre for landfinding. It's loyal to wind aloft, not to roots. Your job is to track who doesn't move, not who got promoted to spectacle. Seaward, the air trades secrets with the sea in lines you can read if you squint correctly. Convergence bands, places where wind from two neighborhoods meets and lifts. Etch darker arcs on the surface and toss on a necklace of puffy pearls above. When islands chewing on daytime sun breathe out sea breezes, those meetings sharpen. If the band's curvature draws a lazy bow toward a single quarter and your swell shadow agrees, you add a bead to the yes necklace. If not, you keep the beads in your pocket and shop elsewhere. No sign is offended by your skepticism. Westward, the sun leans and gifts you shadows with longer narratives. Parallax becomes your friend. As the waka moves, a true island halo cloud will slide slower in your visual field than a free-moving puff because its anchor is not the air. It is the rock beneath the horizon. You hold a finger beside your line of sight and let the candidates march by. The one that refuses to march earns a second date. The crew calls this dating clouds. And the jokes write themselves, but the method holds. Commitment is the quality you're measuring, not charisma. Upriver scents arrive with sly confidence. The air under certain clouds tastes like sweetness rubbed on stone. A blend of leaf breath and wet soil that your tongue remembers even if your brain fumbles for adjectives. River plumes wag fingers out into the sea, dragging freckled cloud above because moisture and microscopic bits help droplets form. The water under those cloudlets goes from ultramarine to a green-brown quilt, and the waka's bow writes a different texture as it cuts through. Your hip meter notices the change in resistance before your eyes do. and the smell backs the verdict like a satisfied witness. Southward, the curriculum stiffens with reality. On some days, the southern sky becomes one large gray room without furniture, and the tricks of mint tummies and banner scarves feel like stories told by cousins who live in warmer houses. In those temperate belts, the canoe leans heavier on swell refraction and bird commute, on pumice threads and seaweed lanes, on subtle air temperature steps that lick cheeks differently across a few strokes. Modern crews who sail reenactment voyages admit as much while they sip tea and count birds. Cloud halos contribute less, not nothing. Arguments about how much less retreat to the firelight with the serious tone of scholars and the practical shrug of helmsmen. Afterward, the tohunga returns the class to small, repeatable crafts that never go out of season. Estimating cloud base by finger widths isn't about perfect trigonometry. It is about preventing wishful inches from becoming nautical miles. Watching whether cumulus bloom preferentially above a single horizon sector is less about poetry and more about investing in opportunity. Checking for alignment between the rake of cloud streets and the sheen of wind lanes takes seconds and buys an hour of safety. Your brain, which loves puzzles more than it loves humility, is invited to slow down enough to be useful. Elsewhere on the deck, superstition puts on an apron and pretends to be a kitchen tool. Someone refuses to point at a halo cloud with a bare finger, preferring a knuckle, because the sea once slapped a pointing hand with a rogue wave and folk memory doesn't forget easily. Another insists that if the first cloud you admire at dawn has a sharp, clean edge, you should thank it out loud so the day keeps making edges. If the first is ragged, you mutter a joke so the day knows you're not easily impressed. The tohunga doesn't stamp these practices approved or forbidden. He encourages whatever keeps you gentle and observant, so long as you never let a charm outrank a signal. Finally, the late light puts copper on the mast and lavender under the larger clouds, and you gather the day's clues into something like a vote. Banner persistence lines up with swell softness. Bird highways confirm the hour. A mint underbelly blinks and then blinks again to prove it isn't a trick of angles. The waka obliges with a change in song. Less slap, more stroke, as if agreeing that your weighted path is honest. Mainstream history smiles across the centuries at this moment, because cultures across the Pacific told versions of this same lesson. Cloud halos don't promise. They suggest, and a voyager's wisdom is to pair suggestions until they carry the weight of truth. Skeptics keep their seats on the boat. Believers keep theirs too. The canoe makes room for both so long as both keep rowing. Dusk pours itself over the water like warm tea, and the waka's deck hushes to hear the air traffic starting above the horizon where the day's last gold still lingers. The tohunga lifts a hand, 2 fingers slightly apart, and that is the sign to watch for commuters. Seabirds draw lines where a cartographer could only guess, and tonight those lines become arrows. A gannet burns a clean white streak through the failing light, wings stiff, belly full, heading not for adventure but for obligation. Home, cliffs, nest, noise. The lesson is simple in the way breathing is simple. Notice where everyone goes when work is over, then follow their tired honesty. Across the bow, turns assemble like office workers timing trains. Slender bodies, quick wing beats, they dip, lift, then climb into a slant that makes a diagonal toward a dusky smudge. Boobies, if you're nearer the tropics, own a similar commute, direct and purposeful. Near Aotearoa, gannets, takapu, where that roll with dramatic dives at midday and decisive flights at evening. Petrels and shearwaters, the night shift poets, come low and silent, hugging the dark, because their colonies are loud neighborhoods safer to enter when the day's predators have clocked out. Mainstream knowledge notes this pattern across Polynesia. Diurnal feeders head landward at dusk. Seabirds that roost ashore draw bird highways that radiate like spokes from islands, and navigators learn those spokes the way city kids learn bus schedules. Somewhere just off your starboard thoughts, the first mnemonic of the night quietly moves in. If wings are fast and the path is straight, a pillow waits at the end of the line. It's ridiculous and it works. Another crew favorite is sillier. Gannets go home with the gossip. Terns go home with the news. Translation. Both species rush back to land, but their flight attitudes differ. Gannets higher and more relaxed after those dramatic dives. Terns twitchier, brisk, tracing clean diagonals. You listen with your eyes. Direction becomes flavor rather than just angle, and flavor is harder to forget. Tradition braids this birdcraft with courtesy. Nobody points with bare fingers at a colony skyline. There's a superstition about not singling out a bird that's trying to feed its kids in peace. So knuckles and chins do the indicating. A quiet call goes from stern to bow, naming the corridor. Takapu line there. And then the stir-fry of wing beats writes the text under the heading. A lesser-known trick slips in sideways. A small gourd, polished on the inside with fat, becomes a mirror that lets you see silhouettes more sharply against the glow. A poor sailor's field glass when clouds hoard the moon. Morning will offer birds in a different mood. Outbound, hungry, antsy. Yet the lesson at dusk leaves deeper grooves in memory because it tastes like a day finished. Shearwaters, TT mutton birds. Ghost in numbers that defy quiet, and the air fills with a dry leather rustle that somehow clocks like a ticking you can lean into. They skim, tilt, and vanish low as rumors. Colonies of petrels do the same, sprinting past the last pale line of sky to their burrows where chatter will go on like a neighborhood party. Mainstream ethnography remembers that navigators across the Pacific watched bird routines to triangulate land. The Maori world adapts the list of actors to colder waters, swapping tropical frigate birds for austere gannets and vast clouds of shearwaters. Scholars are still debating this question. Exactly which species early southern navigators prioritized and how those preferences shifted with season and route. Here the tohunga slows your eyes to the bird language version of handwriting analysis. Heavy bellies after a long day sit lower, and wings may beat in shallower arcs. Empty bellies at dawn cut higher, more exploratory lines toward offshore feeding grounds. If the evening traffic glides like a set of arrows with tired grace, follow them, but not slavishly. Birds can lie, but not on purpose. Weather can move them, but not without telling on itself. A quirk floats into the deck talk. Someone's aunt taught them to sniff the air when shearwaters begin to thicken, because a guano bouquet, equal parts, oh dear, and yep, that's phosphates, is both a punchline and a compass. Under the sail's shadow, modern science sneaks in wearing a blanket so it doesn't startle the vibe. The tohunga admits with a grin that seabirds may be following the scent of dimethyl sulfide, the sea's version of a bakery smell when plankton are getting munched. But he is not interested in molecules so much as honesty. If flocks concentrate along a corridor, they've found an edge worth believing in. You pair the corridor with swell behavior and cloud hints, and suddenly the ocean looks like it has road signs, just not the kind you could rent with a security deposit. Meanwhile, a debate shaped like a gentle wave rolls across the deck. Frigate birds, those aristocrats of the tropical sky who hardly ever land on water, make spectacular navigational telltales in stories from lower latitudes. But what of the cooler south where Maori voyaging met new latitudes and new birds? Some elders praise gannets and shearwaters as the reliable teachers. Others point to terns as honest civil servants. Historians are still debating this question because records are a patchwork. Oral accounts, later observations, reconstructed practice, and any neat hierarchy risks flattening regional wisdom. The canoe votes for pluralism. Watch whoever is busy and learn their schedule. Consider a quick census of avian actors who audition for the role of compass. Terns. Inland by evening, tight wing beats, crisp angles. Gannets. Return flights from feeding grounds, clean, high, dutiful. Shearwaters. Streams at dusk, low and insistent. Colonies inland on offshore islands or coastal headlands. Petrels. Similar behavior, even more nocturnal, sometimes flying like shadows that forgot to wear bodies. Penguins, yes, little blue ones if you're close enough to the right coasts. Raft near dusk and paddle shoreward like determined toddlers. Less useful for long-range direction, utterly reliable within a few miles. Albatross, glorious, complicated, and often unhelpful for land-finding, because a royal wanderer does not keep office hours. Mainstream notes. Species ecology matters. Know the island's roster like you know the crew's names. Closer to home, the bird highway becomes at once spectacle and diagram. Lines converge from multiple quarters, and you watch for the thickest braid. Crossing flights are noise, braids are meaning. The tohunga has you hold a star house with your chest while your eyes track the densest stream. When the two agree, the deck relaxes under your feet. A cork pops like a bubble. Someone claims that if a shearwater dives mid-commute 3 times in a row, it forgot it was supposed to be off work and thus is not a reliable guide. Laughter acknowledges the joke, while discipline keeps your gaze on the ones with city traffic focus. Past the humor, the method matures into habit. Every dusk the crew calls the roll. Species noted, directions called, intensities guessed, a quick sketch traced into memory. If a night is gray and squally, the roll matters more the following evening. Pattern serves prediction. Prediction serves safety. The tohunga reminds everyone that birds are not gadgets. They are neighbors. Respect sets a strange tone of mutuality. Follow them without crowding. Believe them without demanding they be perfect. It's like listening to an elder tell you directions in a town with 2 bakeries and 4 streets named after the same tree. Between tasks, a lesser-known piece of lore wanders in with a basket of jokes. Some navigators swear that certain colonies issue late birds who sprint across the sky long after their sensible cousins have landed, the feathered equivalent of people who always order one more round. If late birds cluster in a particular corridor, it might be a closer colony rather than the main one. The tohunga cautions against trusting stragglers too much, then shrugs and admits that a gentle bias in their path has helped more than once. Method with eyebrows raised, that's the brand tonight. Elsewhere on the platform, a small string with bone beads, the bird abacus, keeps count of flocks crossing an imaginary gate in the sky. 1 bead slides for each group of 10. At a certain total, the crew calls thickening, and the helm tips a degree. The abacus is not science's diagram. It is an attention device, a pocket notebook for a moving classroom. Mainstream ethnographers who traveled with revival voyages loved this gadget not because it proves a hypothesis, but because it proves attention, and attention is the fuel that keeps instrument-free navigation honest. Sometimes the sky refuses to perform. Wind flattens the lines, rain blurs the silhouettes, and the hour behaves like a librarian imposing quiet. That's when the tohunga shifts the lesson into sound. Wing beats have personalities. Gannets slice air, shearwaters murmur, petrels patter closer to the ear. If you close your eyes, the runway becomes audible. A line of ch that passes overhead in a repeating direction. Once heard, it refuses to be unheard. The deck smiles because tricks like this invite humility. Senses you underuse most days become the heroes you forgot you hired. Stories keep morale alive because C School likes its curriculum salted with laughter. A tale about a navigator who tried to imitate a shearwater's flight to learn its body logic ends with a surprisingly graceful leap, a less graceful landing, and a very wet lesson about staying on the boat. Another story remembers a colony so large that dusk sounded like cloth tearing for half an hour. The crew on that voyage had to remind themselves to breathe because awe kept stealing the inhale. Under the laughter, the rule persists. Big colonies write bolder arrows. Small ones write delicate cursive. Both are legible if you practice. Midday has its own bird chapter, though it reads in a different font. White terns and nadas if you sail north. Sometimes shadow the boat when fish bait swarm under the hull. Less helpful for landfinding, golden for supper plans. Gannets draw exclamation points by diving like spears, telling you where currents bump into dinner. Shearwaters skim parallel to wind lines with cheerful competence. The tohunga insists on a small habit. Every midday, someone notes which direction birds came from before their feeding mayhem, because evening will flip that vector and give you a home arrow. It's geometry disguised as gossip. Another gentle argument wanders through the watch. How far from land do these bird signs keep honesty? Some say hundreds of miles for big commutes by petrels on certain days. Others caution that practical ranges are much tighter. The honest answer is a mess of it depends. Species, season, wind, breeding status. Historians are still debating this question in the context of first settlement voyages, weighing models of purposeful landfall against possibilities of drift, asking whether bird knowledge scaled to blue water distances or functioned best in landfinding approaches. The canoe respects the question and returns to practice. Skeptics on board serve as anchors, and their questions keep romance from running ahead of evidence. What if birds mislead because a storm displaced them? What if a colony failed this season and traffic patterns changed? The tohunga nods seriously. Exactly. That's why you never marry a single sign. Birds must present their testimony alongside swell shadow, cloud halos, currents, smells, debris, and always, the night star houses. Redundancy isn't a belt and suspenders thing. It's what you wear when falling is not an option. The laughter that follows has relief in it, like a knot cinched to the correct firmness. Toward late evening, the crew tests a trick that looks like child's play because it is. A square of woven mat becomes a little sky, held at arm's length to frame the flight corridor against a neutral background so silhouettes pop. Everyone gets a turn, and the mood lightens as the mat passes from hand to hand like a ceremonial cookie. Utility hides in silliness like calcium in spinach. The brain remembers better when it smiles. You quietly thank every ancestor who taught with jokes. By the time the first star announces itself, the bird page folds neatly into the celestial one. The densest corridor aligns with a star house you noted earlier. The swell softens a hair when you tilt to follow. Even a line of kelp starts agreeing with the plan as if it had its own commute to manage. Mainstream seamanship across Polynesia sings this chorus. Combine tells until the world starts to rhyme. Then trust the rhyme without composing your own melody over it. A small cup of sweet drink seals the consensus, tapped gently to the deck so the waka is included in the toast. Before the deep black fully quilts the sky, a trick of smell returns like a friend who never knocks. The air gains a faint ammonia spice, not romantic but unmistakable. And the crew shares the grin of people who have located the world's least glamorous bakery. River plumes add their own nose print, cool, mineral, leafy, especially at the faint hour before dawn. You taste the breeze like an odd tea, and the bird highways you just watched assemble become part of that flavor. It feels like geometry you can sip. Finally, the chapter's promise cashes itself in a quiet way. A low thundering, not surf exactly but the hint of it, arrives under the hush. A few late gannets cross like punctuation marks heading to a period. A cluster of petrels drops into darkness with a compactness that says home is here. The tohunga does not announce land. He simply asks for 2 lines eased, a small angle held, and a song you learned last night to be sung softly because the night prefers a lullaby. Mainstream history points out that such moments, bird-guided, smell-checked, swell-confirmed, are described in voyages old and new. Scholars may keep debating which species carried the heaviest navigational weight in these latitudes. Oceanographers may keep mapping plume chemistry that explains what noses already knew. Right now, the waka only asks that you keep watching the commuters, because when birds clock out at dusk, they are not just ending their day. They are drawing you a path home with their tired, perfect lines. Currents arrive without fanfare, like guests who know where the cups live, and the tohunga taps the rail with two knuckles to remind everyone that direction without speed is only half a map. Set is where the water wants to carry the canoe. Drift is how fast it insists. Your job is to be politely stubborn when the sea nudges and graciously clever when it shoves. The hulls whisper over a patchwork of textures. Silky lanes, cat's paw freckles, glossy bones of tide. And the waka listens through its lashings the way a stethoscope listens through a shirt. This isn't a drama class. It's a budgeting exercise with energy as the coin, and every decision either pays down fatigue or runs up a tab. Maps hide inside this moving floor, and patience is the pen that writes them. The tohunga has the crew trail a tiny drogue from a gourd on a thin line. No anchor, just a polite spoon in the soup, so the pull on the cord can speak when eyes are busy. The gourd trembles as the current insists on a favorite direction, and fingers translate tremble into angle into useful corrections at the steering blade. Nobody calls it a scientific instrument. Everyone treats it like a coworker who tells the truth in small sentences. Over minutes, the wobble of the gourd and the tone of the wake harmonize, and the canoe's track stops being an intention and becomes an event. Patience earns a capital P when tides enter the conversation. Coastal streams run like rivers against the sea's broad grammar, and a channel that looks friendly at noon becomes a hungry mouth at evening. The tohunga maps windows on the inside of his wrist as if his veins carried a timetable. Slack water, flood set, ebb slanting north by northeast. You learn to love dull moments, because dull moments are when the world reveals what normal feels like. Then, when a nosy current fiddles with the bow, the difference rings out like a wrong note. Waiting for the tide to turn becomes an act of seamanship, not surrender. Under the hulls, the music of speed changes key with every adjustment. A faster glide raises the pitch of the plank's whisper. A slower creep deepens it until the tone is almost woolly. The crew jokes that the boat is trying to sing in tune with your heart rate, and someone hums a low vowel until the blade licks a line with the song. Mainstream seamanship on every ocean has versions of this. Mariners once threw a log on a line and counted knots. Wayfinders count heartbeats and wake syllables and the lengths of songs. The point is not fancy calibration. The point is consistency. Measure the same way every hour, and even crude numbers become honest helpers. Sometimes the ocean plays a prank called false alignment, and the lesson arrives with the kindness of embarrassment. A side current pushes the waka while the wind pushes the sail, and the bow happily points toward the house you named even as the wake writes a diagonal. The fix is subtle. Crab into the set, hold a degree or three against the shove, and let the water slide by like a crowd moving around a dancer who knows their own steps. A tiny course line drawn in your head, star house bearing, adjusted for set, turns from guesswork into a relationship. It isn't about being right. It's about staying in conversation with everything that is not you. Elsewhere in the blue, big bodies of motion keep their own calendars. Subtropical gyres spin their lazy circles. Boundary currents lean like rivers in the sea. And farther south, the west wind drifts shoulders along with the mood of a marching band that refuses solos. Mainstream oceanography bows on stage here. Currents can persist over seasons, turn with continents, tilt with temperature. The canoe doesn't carry charts, but the tohunga carries stories of places where drift tends north in particular moons. Places where the ocean forgets its manners for a week when a storm far away bangs the table. You don't memorize numbers. You memorize behaviors. Between swell and sky, low clues huddle like shy cousins at a reunion. Kelp rafts align with set on calm days, their fronds pointing the way like sassy arrows. Pumice pebbles, volcano rumors delivered by wave post, make slow-motion parades. The parade route tells you what the surface stream prefers. Even the dusting of foam that wind scrawls on the water has a bias. In the gaps where the gloss goes mirror smooth, you spot lanes where the sea is exhaling rather than inhaling. All of it is handwriting, and all of it asks you to read with elbows on the table, not just glance. Longer watches teach the tenderness of leeway, that quiet sideways shrug any hull makes under wind. Sails hum, rigging smiles, and the whole craft slides a little downwind even when the bow scolds it for trying. Your correction is not a quarrel but a courtesy. Ease here, firm there, steer a touch high so that your track honors your intention once the current adds its signature. The tohunga loves a metaphor and offers one with a grin. If life is set by currents and blown by winds, then manners are how you remain yourself in public. The deck approves with one creak and then falls silent, which is praise in waka language. Onward the conversation turns to rest and restraint. A sea anchor, nothing dramatic, just a bag or basket shaped to catch water, buys you time and mercy when sleeping in place is wiser than fighting sideways. Drift with dignity, the old ones say, and let the world go past while your bones borrow quiet. Mainstream practice across voyaging societies recognizes this simple wisdom. Not all motion improves your life. Some motion merely empties it. The oddity you pick up tonight is how tenderly everyone treats the gear that slows you. Folded nicely, blessed with jokes, kept ready as if it were a favorite lullaby. Meanwhile, the math in your head keeps itself soft. Dead reckoning sounds grim and serious, but the way you practice it is friendly. Distance as a chorus of minutes and hums, speed as a flavor of wake, direction as a house sung often enough to feel like home. Each hour the tohunga asks one person to be the memory. Call it the human logbook, summarizing in a handful of words. 2 hands of speed, 1 finger crab to windward, current kissing starboard ankles. Ridiculous? Maybe. Useful? Undeniably. When clouds eat the sky and birds decide to let you handle your own problems, those small sentences carry you like handrails. Consider the argument that has been rafting along this voyage since the first human put a skin boat where a river met a sea. Did the ancestors arrive here on purpose, or by drift's long luck? Mainstream archaeology tilts toward intentional voyages for sustained settlement. Late 13th century landfall, plants and people and culture arriving not as debris but as households. Oral histories speak of names and routes, waka remembered like grandparents. Yet scholars are still debating this question with honest heat. Models show that drift can carry craft along certain lanes at certain times. Other models argue the odds collapse without skilled choices. The tohunga listens to the debate, smiles into the wind, and returns to teaching choices. Practice turns into a small game that trains big instincts. The helm sets a course by a star house. The crew predicts where the wake will right if an unseen current is pressing at 2 hands to port. Then the gordrogue speaks, and everyone adjusts together. 1 degree enough, 2 degrees too proud. The reward is not applause. The reward is the feeling in your knees when the hull stops arguing and starts gliding like the floor agreed to be your friend. A lesser-known trick slips in at this point. Sprinkle a pinch of ash into the water and watch which way the little gray flecks wander. Ash floats longer than leaf bits, moves with subtler surface layers, and, in the low light of dawn, reads like soft ink. Stories from other decks visit to keep the lesson three-dimensional. One talks about a raft found long ago and the chorus of theories it inspired. How far, how much, what if, and how easy it is to forget that rafts tell us little about canoes whose business was not drifting. Another tells of a crew who attempted to deny the set of a current for an entire day, arriving exhausted exactly where humility would have landed them at noon. The moral isn't scolding, it's arithmetic. Your energy is cargo too, and you need to deliver it to land intact. The waka remains patient. People eventually catch up. Another odd calibration tool appears like a prank invited to become policy. A single hair, yes, an actual hair, in a cup of water becomes a microcompass on a quiet morning, turning with tiny eddies that slink past the hull. The tohunga insists it isn't magic. It's sensitivity. On dawning days when the surface wears a delicate skin, this ridiculous cup has told more truth than eyes crowded with wishful seeing. Even if the hair is too shy to perform, the act of staring into a small stillness settles your breathing and tunes the bigger readings. Skeptics on the crew get their turn at the microphone, and they earn it. What if the currents we think we know were different centuries ago? What if a run of wet summers or a long pulse from a distant ocean tipped the probabilities a different way? The tohunga offers the only responsible answer for honest oceans. Maybe. Then he offers the only responsible behavior. Combine signs, measure often, make small bets, and keep your promises to sleep and food so that patience remains available when you need it. Debates about settlement strategies are for firesides. Choices in chop are for now. Still, the edge of land finding creeps into the chapter like a tide that knows all the back entrances. River plumes run fingertip cool in long fans, and the set they create hugs their edges in ways the waka can taste. Tidal streams braid around headlands and through gaps. Slack water becomes a quiet invitation that passes quickly if you ignore it. In bays, eddies curl like cats and then leap. The trick is to study the tails of those cats and cross where the curl hugs close to shore, not where it leaps for drama. Your star houses keep the big picture steady. Currents write subtitles. Later in the year, this coast will stage a different play, and the crew keeps a calendar the way gardeners do. Spring storms spin surface layers like dancers. Autumn's long swells pour steady paragraphs across weeks. Big rivers change personality after rain. Little ones disappear under summer's patience and leave only a smell on the wind for those who remember it. This is mainstream knowledge disguised as gossip, and its dress code is repetition: watch, name, watch again. A lesser-known habit rides alongside. Crews keep a private dictionary of microtopographies, the two kelp corner here, the stingy eddy there, so their future selves won't have to rediscover jokes told by the water. Night greets the deck gently, bringing back your star houses like books returned on time. The set that nuzzled your ankles at noon still speaks, but the swell now composes longer sentences, and the canoe agrees to let the sky be headmaster again. Steer by the star, correct for the push, listen with your hips, and check the gourd now and then as if asking a shy friend whether they still want tea. The whole act feels less like taming nature and more like hosting a very large dinner where everyone gets to talk and nobody gets to flip the table. Mainstream navigation thrives on that social metaphor. Conversation over command. Before sleep, the tohunga names the kit that made today less noisy. The gourd drogue, the silly ash pinch, the hair and water cup, the sea anchor folded like a favorite cloak, the song that paced hours, the human logbook with phrases that sound like poetry to people who've been awake too long. He blesses none of them as sacred. He blesses all of them as sufficient. Scholars can keep their models alive with honest argument. Sailors can keep their bones alive with honest methods. Both are needed. Neither alone is enough. Toward midnight, a soft fog slides in like a guest who forgot to bring a joke, and patience must do the comedy. Sound sharpened by mist carries surf's hush a little too well. You shorten sail to keep the conversation calm. The gourd stiffens on the line as if surprised. The hip meter confesses a gentle, persistent nudge to port. The star houses nap behind a sheet. This is not danger. This is rehearsal. Adjust 1 degree and wait 5 minutes. Test with a pinch of water. Recheck the wake's diagonal. Listen for birds that giggle in their sleep above cliff paths you cannot see. A path emerges because you didn't demand one. Beyond the bow, debates about drift versus intention become background music that your present tense choices dance with but do not wait on. Evidence will keep being dug and sung. Radiocarbon curves will be drawn. Genealogies will be recited, and historians will improve the questions with every season. In the meantime, the canoe needs you to remember that currents are neither friends nor enemies. They are neighbors with moods. Drift exists. Patience turns it into strategy. Intentionality exists. Humility keeps it from becoming arrogance. The waka likes balanced crews. After so many small corrections, dawn finally lifts the horizon like a curtain, and the set that worked you sideways all night displays itself as a glossy lane of water leaning toward a distant green. Birds clock in from that quarter with the resigned joy of employees who like their jobs. Clouds gather a faint mint underbelly that suggests lagoon. Swell softens for 2 breaths exactly where your correction landed you. None of these signs chants victory, and the tohunga would shush it if they did. They whisper continue, which is a better spell. Underfoot the lashings relax, songs sliding into a lower vowel that touches the ribs like a reward. The helm yields to a fresh pair of hands, and the human logbook voice says the line that belongs to this chapter as a thesis and a lullaby. Hold the course, add the patience. Mainstream knowledge gets the nod, currents shape routes, drift is real, correction is art. Quirks earn their keep, gourds, ash, hares, jokes. And scholars are still debating this question. How much of first arrival was drift, how much deliberate? But your body tonight isn't a thesis. It's a boat in moving water finding honest ways to stay in love with its chosen direction. Salt still stains your lips from last watch, and the deck carries the hush of a classroom that hasn't decided whether to ring the bell, when the tohunga clears his throat and invites a different kind of navigation. Traveling by story. Cup, he says, left a wake that is not only water. It's a chain of names that tug on the memory the way stars tug on your eyes. The waka nods in the long swell as if it recognizes old footsteps, and the night around you leans in. This isn't a museum lecture. It's a chart that breathes. Places along this coast and the next have surnames that belong to him, and the syllables you speak will keep time with the angles of the bow. Legends begin with motion, not with footnotes, so the tale sets out from Hawaii in the canoe Matahurua, sliding into the open like a thought that refuses to stay indoors. A companion, named Kuramurotini in some tellings, carries courage like a second sail, and the sea offers a villain or a guide depending on which ant is telling it. The Wikamuchirangi, a great octopus whose shadow was excuse and compass both. Mainstream knowledge across Aotearoa holds that Cup is the navigator credited in many iwi traditions with exploration of these islands long before gardens took root, and that the Matahurua became a memory keel as much as timber. Whether you prefer monsters or metaphors, the trail he cut still teaches tonight. Names become the pins that fasten story to geography, and the first you practice tastes like a promise. Hokianganuia Cup, the great returning place of Cup, carved into the north where a harbor exhales and inhales with the moon. Mouth the syllables and the current under the hull seems to recognize them. Te Huanganuia Terra, Wellington Harbor, sits farther down the spine, with islets that some traditions say he named for daughters, Meishu and Makaro, as if placing family in the road so you'd have to wave passing by. Cape after cape wears a memory like a carved cloak, and your tongue turns into a tiller. Storywake navigation asks you to read land as if it were written in the same script as the night sky, and the tohunga smiles because that's the joke. It is. A chain of toponyms becomes a terrestrial star compass. Each name a house you enter in order, each headland and bay a rising or setting point now tied to the swelling rhythm you carry in your hips. When the bow meets a place whose name sits right in your mouth, the deck's song softens by a hair, as though it enjoys being called correctly. This is cartography that hums, mnemonic and muscular at once. Sailors like proverbs the way gardens like rain, and the crew keeps one for days like these. A stubborn captain argues with Cup. A wise one lets him finish the sentence. Translation. The story is not a cage, it's a path. If the wind prefers a cousin of the path, follow the cousin without pretending it's a stranger. The proverb gets a second, Cheekier half you might hear only after the third cup of tea. The sea teaches patience to captains. The rest of us get lessons for free. And the laughter spreads like oil on a squeaky lashing. Memory turns tactile as the tohunga unrolls a woven map that is not a geography at all, but a chant. Each pattern stripe holds a sequence of place names that, when spoken in time with paddle or heart, creates a corridor along the coast. Lose a line and the rhythm tugs it back. Skip a syllable and a cousin across the deck coughs the missing note. A lesser-known quirk rides inside the practice. Certain crews tuck a tiny pebble beneath a lashing for each major name they pass, then move the pebble forward at each headland, making the deck itself an abacus of progress. It's adorable, yes. It's also deliberate architecture for attention. Stories about the octopus chase work like metaphors you can steer by. A current that sulks against your bow becomes one rubbery arm. A tricky reef that pinches swell into standing waves becomes another. The tohunga gives the monster no blood, only geometry, and smiles when the wake straightens as you aim for the space between two imagined limbs. The villain dissolves into a set of eddies, and navigation goes on having learned something about how the mind likes to be entertained while it calculates. Debate sits politely by the mast, crossing its legs and waiting to be invited into the conversation. Did Cupid's voyage mark a single historic event? A threaded set of voyages by many navigators later gathered under one name? Or a teaching narrative designed to map behavior more than dates? Scholars are still debating this question, and they do it honestly. Archaeological dates for sustained settlement cluster in the late 13th century. Oral histories reach backward with a longer arm. Genealogies compress and stretch depending on who keeps them. The deck doesn't force a verdict. It prefers a working relationship. Let the story help the steering, and let the steering keep the story humble. Chanting runs like oars, steadying the canoe's breath. Hokianga, Aodia, Kapiti, Te Huanganuiatera. The sequence goes, drawing a spine even as the sky takes attendance with stars whose houses you memorized last watch. Mainstream knowledge folds into the cadence. Some of these names mark ancient portages, others rock formations, others river mouths whose plumes still keep their fragrance after rain. The chant's utility is in the order, not the details. If you know what comes next, you can ask the sea whether it agrees. Toponyms carry instructions if you listen sideways. A name that means place of loud tide warns about meeting points. A name that speaks of looking outward hints at a vantage your ancestors used when reading swell. A name that remembers a daughter or a dog invites kindness at a landing stalked by slick stones. The tohunga encourages you to ask each name a question. What did your first teachers want me to notice here? And your eyes obey, discovering shoulders of current, seams of wind, and birds that suddenly increase as if the island had opened a door. Rocks where Cupid's fingerprints in stories from many coasts. And while the specifics vary, the effect is the same. Solid features get woven into a family of memory. One boulder becomes an anchor stone in the telling. Another a sail turned to rock. A third a footprint the sea keeps washing to prove a point about persistence. Whether any single stone belongs to his hand matters less on the deck than the way the sequence of such stones stitches a coastline into a sentence. A lesser-known tidbit appears in a whisper. Some crews leave a small shell on a rock whose name they've spoken aloud. A thank you, a habit, a private treaty between timber and stone. Bird highways join the recital like backing vocals. Evening gannets pour toward a headland the chant had already raised. Petrels thin out in a sector where the story expects only low islands. Turns swarm a lagoon that your new eyes now recognize in the mint shade tucked under a cloud. The chorus makes the solo bolder. Redundancy stops sounding like belt and suspenders and starts sounding like rhythm section and melody, each making the other honest. Humor keeps the dignity from getting stiff. The youngest crew member adopts the role of a very stubborn Cupid who refuses to name a bay unless someone can steer into it without a complaint from the lashings. When the turn is smooth, he issues the name in a pompous voice that makes even the mast grin. The game is silly and surgical at once. Motivation arrives dressed as mock theater, and the boat benefits from the attention laughter buys. Mainstream history peeks through with its sensible shoes in a section of the chant that mentions Te Moana Raukawa, the straight modern maps label between the two largest islands. Swells here tangle like threads in a loom's fringes, and winds perform additions for drama school. Orally, Cup's Trail treats this as both landmark and lesson. Pass carefully, read both channels. Don't admire a headland so long that the tide takes offense. The tohunga shows you how to hold a star in one house while entertaining a second option with the steering oar, a physical way to honor the story's fork without freezing. Genealogies arrive not as dusty scrolls but as present-tense sentences that attach people to waka and waka to routes. Someone recites lines that put a human backbone inside the chant. This ancestor named by this bay, this canoe remembered because that headland was kind, this marriage that braided the knowledge of two shorelines. A debate comes with it, soft-footed but persistent. Do genealogical counts give tidy calendars for voyages? Or do they flex like nets that catch meaning more than days? Historians argue. The waka hears only that families carried maps in their mouths. Technique keeps sneaking back in because story here is never just entertainment. The tohunga has you close your eyes and speak four names while your hands make the tiny corrections those points require. Ease, hold, nudge, ease, which turns a recitation into steering muscle memory. That's the quirk worth bragging about to absolutely no one. Pronunciation drills that double as helmsman practice. Somewhere an ancestor decided that singing should do work and laughing should file paperwork. And both policies have aged beautifully. Conversations about dating Cup's voyage chase their tails like polite dogs. But the argument is useful because it keeps attention bright. Some say early scouting voyages left place names like breadcrumb constellations before settlement arrived in heavier waves. Others imagine a singular heroic loop that returned north with a report card. Water sweet, timber tall, birds abundant, weather variable, bring seeds and patience. A careful voice you trust reminds the deck that the late 13th century anchors what archaeology can count, and that stories reach farther because stories are responsible for hope, not just inventory. Scholars are still debating this question, and the canoe finds it entertaining so long as nobody misses a lashing check. Weather picks its own metaphors to accompany the story, and tonight a thin mist hangs its curtain along a coast the chant says should rise like a shoulder out of the sea. You steer for the invisible shoulder because the sequence says it's next, and then the swell agrees with a refraction softness you can taste in your hip. Birds cross from two corridors and then braid. The faintest river musk licks the air. Land doesn't need to appear for the proof to enjoy arriving. Story, swell, bird, smell. The four signatories on a treaty you're learning to renew without showing off. Place names can behave like verbs when the wind misbehaves. A bay named for resting asks you to wait. A cape named for wind warns you to reef with a smile. A harbor named for returning tells you to treat it as an option rather than a mandate. The tohunga doesn't say the story bosses the boat. He says it saves you time inventing ethics on the fly. Captaincy in this frame is the art of obeying good sentences at the right moment and ignoring your pride's bad ones. Elsewhere in the chant, a line mentions a rock that catches sail, and right on cue a headland draws the breeze into a funnel, whitening the water in streaks that look like nautical underlining. The helm anticipates, the crew shortens a hand of cloth, and the waka takes the squeeze without turning it into theater. Whether that name originates in Cup's own breath or in a descendant's later advice matters less than the way it keeps you from pretending surprise where a cousin already left a note. Superstitions wear aprons when work needs doing, and a favorite finds a moment. Before speaking a name associated with a narrow channel, someone touches the deck twice and whispers a greeting into the timber. It's not bribery, It's manners. Another routine says to leave a small offering, a sliver of shell, a thread of flax, at a beach whose syllables carry Cupid's footprints, even if the tide will gulp it before breakfast. The tohunga neither mandates nor mocks. He cares that routines keep attention alive in the hour when repetition tries to turn skill into sleep. Quieter corners of the tradition remember domestic pieces of Cupid's life. A shared meal under a leaning pohutakawa. A story traded with a shoreline that hadn't learned your name yet. A boat repaired with laughter because sighing breaks nothing but hearts. These details soften the hero into someone your shoulders understand. Navigation gains tenderness. Correctness stops sounding like a contest and starts sounding like a promise you enjoy keeping. Teasing returns as an energy drink when minds sag. A crewmate insists that the Wikamuchirangi was simply a map folded 8 times and wriggling. Another claims the octopus left ink in the form of black sand beaches. The tohunga groans theatrically and lets the comedy buy 10 more minutes of sharp eyes. Under the jokes, the lesson lands again. Call dangers by friendly names, so they'll keep reminding you without scaring sense out of your bones. Morning lifts the script into a new font, and the place names go on working without needing night to make them pretty. A sandbar frowns exactly where the chant warned of a mouth that moves after storms. A point swirls with the playful malice of a name that remembers cutting canoes who forgot respect. A quiet cove breathes shallow warmth fit for seedlings when the time for planting rides in the canoe instead of hidden in your voice. This is mainstream ecology dressed in oratory. Toponyms are how communities store test results. Return myths bind the loop, and Hokianga's syllables return to the deck like a refrain that knows when not to overstay. Some versions send Cup home to Hawaii to tell the news and watch the future set sail from behind. Others leave him braided into coastlines, present as a grammar more than a man. Either way, the wake you're following asks for less certainty and more competence. Find the next name. Match it with swell. Invite birds to make their arrows. Recognize the smell of rivers. Thank the wind when it chooses not to be clever. Genealogy of names finishes its circle right where it began, in the body. Speak a headland's syllables and feel your knees line up with the angle that makes it honest. Sing a harbor's name under your breath and notice the helm easing into a courtesy that suits a rival. Whisper a cape's warning to a line as you check its knot, and the knot agrees to hold like a story that's been told 1,000 times. The physical world makes room for language that treats it like kin. Silence does the final teaching, as it always does at sea. After the last name of the night, the waka floats in a paragraph without punctuation, and the tohunga allows it, refusing to clap when the poem lands. Mainstream knowledge and family lore have shared the watch. Obscure little tricks have earned their keep. Debates have been welcomed without being given the wheel. The sea prefers modest conclusions. Align, confirm, proceed. Night folds one edge of its blanket over the other, and the chant lowers to a hum you can carry even while your hands coil a line. Cupid's wake, no matter what exact calendar it kept, remains a corridor you can walk with senses and with syllables. Scholars will keep refining timelines, and it's good that they do. Navigators will keep refining habits, and it's good that you are one now in practice if not in title. The proverb returns for a final wink. Let the ancestor finish the sentence. And the canoe, hearing the joke for the 20th time, still creaks the laugh it keeps for good advice. Sunrise unrolls a saffron ribbon across the water, and the tohunga decides the morning's classroom will be history told by hulls. The topic is not just a single canoe but a choir of ancestors, waka with names that still feel warm in the mouth. Tainui, Te Arawa, Aodia, Takitamu, Tokomaru, Kurahapo, Matachua, each a story, each a route, each a hint about how different communities made the same ocean say welcome in different accents. This is where the map becomes plural and the plural becomes comfortable. Underfoot, the waka hurua listens with wooden dignity as if it knows you're about to gossip about cousins. Names travel first because names make the world stick. The tohunga has you rehearse them like a drum pattern. Each beat matched to a tiny shift of hips at the steering blade. Tainui ease, arawa, hold, aodia, nudge, Tikitamu, ease, Tokomaru, hold, Kurahapo, nudge, Matachua, ease. You grin because the sequence keeps the boat honest while the lecture keeps your mind awake. Mainstream history nods here with a practical smile. Many iwi trace descent and land rights through these waka traditions, weaving genealogy, law, and geography into one durable braid. This isn't nostalgia, it's infrastructure. Tainui enters the deck like a rangatira with patient eyes. Traditions carry it along the western corridors of the North Island. Place names like pins in a cloak. Kauea as a cradle journeys inland by portage that turn rivers into generous conspirators, and Mary where oratory treats canoe ancestry as a legal document with rhythm. A crewmate points at a line of distant hills and says softly that some ridges are remembered as old carry tracks when the sea refused to be direct. The practice becomes contemporary in your hands. When a sandbar sulks at a harbor mouth, the crew jokes about calling Tainui to borrow one of its portage tricks, and for a second the centuries sit down to tea together. Arawa lore arrives with a splash of geothermal steam in its pockets, and the story smells faintly of minerals and warm rain. Te Arawa is tied to the Wairiki region, to lakes and springs that remind you that not all journeys stay salt. In this telling, the canoe's legacy includes deeds of cleverness on dangerous bars and the stubborn confidence to plant kamara where the soil needed coaxing. An elder traces a carving with her finger and says that some prow motifs on Arawa Wakatawa are read like proverbs, reminding crews to keep balance when the wind appears polite but plans mischief. The lesson keeps sliding back to your hands. Carve meaning, sail meaning, live meaning, or try again with a better joke. Aodia hears its name called and answers with coastal vowels. Aodia's track rides Wakapapa that points the compass toward Taranaki and the west. The story smells of surf and taro and stubborn headlands that insist on being courted slowly. You taste a giggle in the crew's proverb. Aodia has opinions, so bring biscuits, meaning the route demands patience and snacks, the two essential tools of any large project. Underneath the laughter sits a manual. Anticipate long reaches, keep sail shape forgiving, and make your peace with days that end 1 good mile short of the place you plan to sleep. That, the tohunga murmurs, is the difference between a voyage and a schedule. Tikitamu steps aboard like a scholar poet, its name fanning out across stories that emphasize discipline and karakia, precision and a certain musical way of keeping time. Southern coasts remember it. Inland tales borrow it. Singers make metaphors out of its mast. Someone shows you a lash pattern favored by a teacher who swore it came down the Tikitamu line. Not provable, endearing, effective. The deck turns this into craft. Tension tested by tone. Knots finished with courtesy. Steering done as if you are writing tidy calligraphy rather than arguing with a pen that squeaks. Tokomaru leans from the far side of memory with the calm of a river-literate navigator. Traditions hitch it to Taranaki and to clever inland routes that made friends with water in all its moods. A practical trick gets pinned to its name today. When estuaries braid their mouths into confusing options, treat the freshest-smelling vein as a friend on the way out and the slowest, densest one as a friend on the way in. You adopt the trick gladly because it tastes like something that could have been invented yesterday by a tired helmsman who was also very smart, which is to say, someone like you on a different morning. Kurahapo arrives with stories of breakage and repair that feel more like character studies than misfortune. Some versions say the canoe suffered damage and knowledge redistributed across other waka. Other versions patch it and press on. Either way, the moral shakes hands with your run of cloudy nights. Learn the craft so well that if a tool fails, the crew becomes a tool that doesn't. A lesser-known quirk slips into the lesson. Some crews keep a Kurahapo kit, a tidy, portable bundle of repair lashings and wedges that lives under a beam like a good luck charm that happens to also fix things. Matachua walks in carrying the north citrus scent and the sheen of carved prows that look like stern elders who also enjoy a joke. Its stories speak of spreading gardens and songs across coasts that gather warmth the way woven mats gather sun. A modest but beloved practice rides with the name, leaving a little shell near a landing remembered by that waka. A thank you that the sea will collect, a wordless exchange between memory and tide. It's not superstition. It's generosity disguised as habit. Wana of waka types crowd the discussion like cousins arriving for a feast. Waka hurua for long voyaging. Waka tawa, tall, ambitious, beautifully carved single-hulled war canoes that once made rivers and coasts admire their reflections. Wakatet for workaday river errands. Waka ama, outrigger craft more common farther north across Polynesia but not strangers to Maori hands. Mainstream knowledge keeps scores politely. Massive single-hull carving flourished in Aotearoa thanks to tall, straight trees. Double hulls were remembered as the blue water buses that delivered ancestors. Outriggers cameoed. Scholars still swap detailed notes about regional variation and timeframes, but your deck cares that the vocabulary stays alive in your hands. Genealogies glide in with the steady authority of an incoming tide. Wakapapa treats waka as ancestors, not artifacts. To say we are of Te Arawa or we descend from Tainui is to draw a legal and ethical line connecting body to water, land to memory. The tohunga leads a quiet exercise. Speak a line of descent while coiling a rope, one ancestor per loop, until the coil sits balanced and tidy at your feet. This half meditation, half muscle memory. You blink at how the coil holds together the way a well-sung genealogy does, each loop supporting, none strangling. Counting becomes a game with consequences. Generations can be converted into years if you're willing to accept broad averages. 25, 28, sometimes 30, per link in the chain, and crews turn this into a playful calculation. If my great-great's great-great stood here, how many Kamara seasons ago did her great-great stand at this same harbor? The numbers wobble with honest variability, and everyone laughs because the wobble is part of the truth. Mainstream timelines for sustained settlement cluster in the late 13th century. A window that holds steady in your mind like a star house. Genealogical arithmetic sings higher and lower notes around it depending on who's humming. Historians are still debating this question, how tightly we should tie years to lines when lines live in memory rather than in stone. Fleet Talk enters the deck wearing a capital letter and a history of arguments. The Great Fleet Story. 7 famous canoes sailing together around about 1350. A tidy armada of origin. Once strutted through schoolbooks as if it had brought the entire archipelago in one parade. The tohunga clears his throat and asks for gentle eyebrows. Modern scholarship has been very careful here. That fleet narrative was a synthesis by later writers, taking distinct tribal traditions and braiding them into one overly neat rope. The result honored names but squeezed complexity. Your crew prefers complexity. The ocean rewards it. Scholars continue the discussion with love and footnotes. Many academics now treat the Great Fleet as a powerful cultural metaphor that should not be mistaken for a single historical event. They listen instead for multiple migrations, returns, and interweaving lineages described in different iwi traditions. Archaeological layers, linguistic drift, and DNA studies offer their opinions and then change them slightly in the next paper as methods improve. The deck fixes nothing but dinner and keeps the main point practical. Respect each waka tradition on its own terms, and let the idea of fleets live where it helps belonging, not where it handcuffs nuance. Boatyards of the past lean up from memory with the smell of resin and fresh shavings. Kauri and Totara give their ribs and spines. Flax becomes sinit. Shark oil slicks a proud, weatherproof sheen over seams. Kauri gum warms into a sealant that behaves like patience turned into amber. A mainstream technical note arrives in work clothes. Lash-and-flex beats nail and boast on an ocean that treats rigidity like a snack. A quirky fact sits beside it, grinning. Some crews soot the inside of gourds over smoky flames not to make them prettier, but to strengthen them and keep flavors honest. Because a gourd that smells like yesterday's stew is a bully. Carvings speak the language of families. Prows and sternposts are not decoration. They are theses about obligations and memory, carved into curves that catch spray and story at the same time. The tohunga asks you to read one pattern aloud with fingertips. A spine of spirals that travels toward the sea's face like a question that expects an answer and gets one. Sail kindly. Even joking has to earn its keep here. So when a crewmate claims the figurehead has been winking all morning, she follows it by tightening a lashing whose voice had gone a little sharp. Launches swarm the shore in your mind. Communities gathered, karakia lifting like birds. Ropes singing as they give a canoe back to water as if returning a fish to its home pond. No video exists for those mornings, but the muscles in your forearms know what the footage would show. Effort, rhythm, laughter. The moment when timbers that once were a forest rejoin the liquid forest and everyone remembers to breathe. A less-known household trick appears when the canoe is thirsty. A mixture of warmed plant oils rubbed into planks like lotion. A maintenance ritual disguised as affection. Ceremony doesn't clock out when the first day is done. Naming repeats, dedication repeats, checks repeat because repetition is how trust grows tall. The tohunga shares a sleeve pocket of proverbs you haven't heard yet. The canoe that counts its people counts its blessings, meaning keep track of both crew and gratitude. A lash spoken to kindly holds longer than a lash scolded, meaning tone matters even to knots. You laugh at the thought and then notice your hands becoming gentler, which is the point hidden inside the joke. Practice puts theory to work in the shape of a chant that maps waka names to modern steering problems. A tainui line might cue a long, patient tack. An Aotea stanza might warn of a sandbar personality. A Tikitamu verse might request neatness at the blade. A Te Arawa refrain might invite your knees to memorize a lake's quiet as the sea shifts moods. It's charismatic and also ruthlessly functional. One chant, many commands tucked where memory can find them during a squall. Nightfall returns star houses to their desks, and the waka traditions take a seat beside them like mentors. The names in your mouth make the ocean feel peopled. The constellations in your eyes make the people feel oriented. Together they keep insomnia out of the crew. Mainstream knowledge offers its nightly bow. Arrivals likely unfolded over seasons, not minutes. Canoe names mark political, legal, and familial identity. Tools and design choices varied with trees, coasts, and teachers. The small surprise that earns a grin is the genealogical counting game someone taught you with pippy shells. Sliding one shell per ancestor while humming a work song. Ridiculous, durable, soothing. Finally, the lesson folds itself away the way a sail folds. Neatly but with the creases you'll use tomorrow. The Great Fleet debate remains a responsible conversation you can keep in daylight with books. The waka traditions remain the living chords you hold while the ocean breathes and the birds clock out and the clouds polish their halos. Scholars will keep refining and disagreeing because that's their paddle. Navigators will keep listening and adjusting because that's theirs. Your job in the second person stays simple and enormous. Rehearse the names until they become directions. Honor the directions until they become manners. And carry the manners long enough that the next voice who says, Tikitamu or Tainui, hears a small, happy answer ring up from the planks. Nightfall wraps the ocean in velvet, and the first stroke of the steering blade sketches a comet of blue-green sparks that hisses along the hull like a mischievous spirit deciding to join the watch. The waka purrs as that trail curls backward and loosens into the wake, and the deck collectively inhales the way people do at fireworks. Quiet, reverent, a little greedy for the next flare. Starlight hangs above as a clean, cold grammar. Sea fire writes cursive beneath. The tohunga tilts his chin toward the water as if introducing old friends, and the lesson opens with a confidence that patience has earned. Map with light when the heavens lend you their alphabet, and map with light when the ocean grows its own. Phosphorescence answers every touch. A rope dropped into the water becomes a wand. A hand trailing off the platform paints a bright, dissolving signature. A gourd lowered gently traces a circle that widens into a glowing ring before it fades. Dinoflagellates. Tiny drifters with dramatic hobbies. Flash when disturbed, turning mechanical pressure into light faster than anyone can say luciferase without spilling tea. Nobody on this deck uses laboratory words. The crew calls it ahi moana, sea fire, and lets the explanation be as practical as it is pretty. If the water lights up easily, you are sailing through plankton-rich soup. If it sulks, the soup is thin. Either way, the ocean is telling on itself and you are listening with your eyes. Footsteps on the platform adjust to this new instrument. The lashing's usual conversation now sits under a second track of information that speaks in flashes and smears, and the tohunga proposes a game that is really a technique. Count how long light trails cling after the bow kisses water. 10 heartbeats of glow might tell one story, 2 heartbeats another. Long clings often mean calm layers where tiny bodies hold their ground. Quick sparks that die mean chop chewing the party to bits. It's not a universal law. It's a way to calibrate your attention so when the glow changes, your mind notices before your pride does. Everyone tries the painter's brush at least once, and that's when the practical magic arrives. Fish writing their torpedo lines under the hull, sudden V-shapes carving away from the canoe as if impatience had fins, whirls that shout Eddie, where the plank couldn't quite make up its mind. A flying fish launches in mild indignation and throws a comet arc back into the night. The crew cackles softly, then checks the stars without missing a beat. Mainstream seamanship in many oceans records this phenomenon. European logbooks gush about sea fire, and Pacific fishers talk about night water that glows like a chorus. The waka calls it news and uses it. Old tricks live here alongside new smiles. A woven scoop can be dipped and lifted to create a lantern's worth of glow for a heartbeat. Enough to see a knot, not enough to blind the watch. A coconut fiber mop earns the affectionate name the brush. Good for painting the water lightly ahead, so a lurking log reveals itself in a brief green outline. A lesser-known curiosity takes a bow. Some elders swear by a quiet splash. A ritualized hand sweep used to see whether bioluminescence responds immediately or reluctantly. The delay tells you which layer the plankton prefer tonight. Absurd? Maybe. Effective? More often than the sensible parts of your brain expected. Closer to the bow, bigger bodies occasionally turn the sea into science fiction. Schooling fish stampede under the plankton curtain, and a moving galaxy draws itself in miniature around their paths. When a predator lunges, the ocean tattles on it with an exploding dandelion of sparks. And for a few heartbeats, the crew gets a heads up about traffic you'd prefer not to entertain. The tohunga refuses to turn this into theater. He treats it as a free update from a neighbor. Not every luminous drama needs a hero. Some just need steering that avoids stepping on tails. Biology peeks through the poetry with helpful manners. Dinoflagellates typically fire in blue or blue-green, the range rod cells of the eye notice best in the dark. Other creatures, ostracods, some worms, toy with different shades, greens and occasional yellows, and rare cousins push to true milky white. Luminous bacteria ride fish and wood, shy glow that sometimes turns the wake into a faint belt of pearls. The showiest of all, the milky seas some mariners describe, spread a glow like snow across horizons and can last entire nights. Likely giant blooms whose faint, continuous emission doesn't need a splash to start singing. Your job is not to classify like a taxonomist. Your job is to recognize which light tells you something useful about where to steer and where to stop telling jokes. Memory of daylight lessons keeps this show honest. Starlight still holds the compass. Houses you practiced in Section 3 remain in charge. Tonight's performance doesn't replace that discipline. It sweetens it. When the helm lines a star with a lashing and the wake glows straight behind, your stern confirms that intention became event. If the wake slides diagonally like a curtain tugged sideways, current is adding its vote. Bioluminescent pixels merely make the vote legible. You don't marry the light, you add it to the wedding party. Somewhere in the near distance, another waka slips sideways into view, not by silhouette but by the luminous embroidery along her chins. The crew you can't quite see carries on its watch and whispers, and your deck answers with a soft joke about secret handwriting. How fleets of old might have stayed aligned on dark nights simply by following each other's light carpets. Modern revival voyages actually use this as a courtesy, the tohunga admits, allowing boats to hold station without calling across water. Historians have field notes. Sailors have anecdotes. And your stern has the glowing proof that companionship sometimes writes itself. Sailors are a suspicious species, and suspicions can be useful. When the glow thickens to the point of clinging to the hull like shy frosting, some crews grow cautious with night fishing. Flashes can spook prey or broadcast your intentions to larger eaters. Other nights, glow becomes bait. Agitate water lightly and tiny fish come to investigate, followed by medium fish who come to investigate the investigators, and suddenly the ocean composes a food chain you can respectfully borrow from. A fun, practical tip slides in like a cat. Dab a bit of oil on the scoop's rim to calm it so the circle of light you paint holds its shape a hair longer. Easier on the eyes, kinder to reflexes. Under the colder stars, the sky brings its own conversation. The Milky Way throws down a soft lane of star dust you can almost imagine reflecting. Bright planets offer shy silver paths on exceptionally calm nights. The moon, when she turns on shift, lays a glittering runway across the ripples that feels physically pullable. The tohunga warms your practice with an astronomer's hack applied to sailors. Use averted vision when trying to capture faint light. Look beside the star, not at it. Notice the glow out of the corner of your eye. Let rod cells carry the load. If a task takes fire, cover one eye, yes, pirate style, before tending it so you can return to darkness with one pupil still faithful to the night. Laugh at the fashion. Keep the trick. Stories from other oceans wander in like cousins at a wedding. Japanese fishers feast by the brief festivals of the firefly squid. Caribbean nights carry the rumor of bays so consistently bright that paddles print neon calligraphy. Indian Ocean crews speak quietly of weeks under milky skies where the sea seems to breathe light. The waka listens politely and returns to its own water with respect for how big the neighborhood is. Not all those stories are your tools, but all confirm that sea fire belongs to global seamanship as both comfort and utility. Another lesson hides in what the glow refuses to do. Where a river plume pours out, bringing sediment and cooler layers, bioluminescence can thin, making a useful negative, dark lanes framed by light. Steer where the light falters to taste fresh water at the bow. Turn away if the plume is not your target. If the river lies where birds promised and clouds shaded mint at noon, the missing glow joins the choir of yes. You feel the pleasure of converging witnesses, not because you need flattery but because fatigue likes friends. Quirk begets quirk. Someone on the crew carries a little jar, part play, part instrument, and captures a mouthful of glowing sea to swirl and test later under the canopy. The glow weakens quickly in stillness, a reminder that agitation and oxygen feed the show. Another crew member swears by a light stick, made from a stripped reed with a tuft of fibers at the end, a soft brush that can tickle water rather than slap it. Gentle writes legible lines. Legible lines write confidence. Confidence keeps hands kind even when wind remembers drama. Beyond entertainment lies a direct charting trick you weren't expecting to like this much. When swells run at a matched period and the dinoflagellates are lively, each crest carries a bead of light down its forward face. A glowing stitch that falls, then goes out. Line up those falling stitches with the bow and your quartering angle immediately reveals itself. No lantern needed, no guessing demanded. It's not available every night. When it is, it feels like the ocean decided to underline your course with fairy handwriting. Meanwhile, the sky refuses to be upstaged, and the lesson alternates between down and up like a good duet. Bright stars near the horizon twinkle harder because atmosphere manhandles them. Higher up, lights steady and gain authority. Tautoru, the belt trio, stays honest. Rahua hums his slow red. Matariki sits low with calendar attitude. Each time your gaze returns to the ocean, the glow seems to answer the sky's punctuation with punctuation of its own. The waka thrives when you read both pages. Sea's lowercase cursive, sky's uppercase print. Debate, being part of responsible storytelling, finds its way onto the deck. Were patterns of bioluminescence used as a formal, teachable navigational aid by ancestor wayfinders, or were they incidental morale and occasional nudge? Revival crews have logs of using glow to tighten formation and to confirm wake honesty. Ethnographic accounts include fishermen reading fish schools by flash. European journals wax lyrical but not prescriptive. Historians are still debating this question, and they should. Evidence glimmers rather than stares. The tohunga stance is pragmatic. Let light serve when it serves. Do not depend on a guest that sometimes sleeps in. Practice keeps debates from making hands idle. The helmsman steers one house tighter and watches the wake's neon ribbon realign. The singer shifts the chant to a softer tempo that matches the glow's cling. An apprentice learns to read the tiny differences between sparkles along the starboard and port chins as the canoe crosses small eddies. Every task is a rehearsal that awards itself with quiet satisfaction when the wake sings in tune with the sky. Softer laughter follows, the kind that unknots shoulders at midnight. Clouds slide in like curtain calls, and the brightness of the water turns from pure blue to green-tinged whispers. That's when the tricks for low light earn their keep. Averted vision again. Breathe slow, trust peripheral hints, and guard one eye from fire so the other can keep reading the barely there. If a squall forces a brief lantern, cover it thoroughly and give orders close in, mouths against ears, so the watch doesn't spend the next 20 minutes reacclimating. The deck becomes a monastery. The sea becomes the page. Sounds replace sight until the plankton memory returns. Between bright patches, smell sneaks into the curriculum. Phosphorescence in thick patches can carry a faint, tinny note, like a coin you licked by accident as a child. River scent adds leaf and stone to that. Reef scent adds iodine and something like sunshine kept in a cupboard. When the glow thins where scent grows, you are entering conversation with land, and the stars nod in agreement by rising into houses you expected. Every sense votes. None is disqualified for being uncool. Further down into night, nerves remember to be kind to themselves. Bioluminescent abundance can make people giddy, and giddy hands tie poor knots. The tohunga calls a pause for a sip of sweet water and a shared joke about painting the ocean, like toddlers who discovered finger paint. Humor isn't a side dish. It's the oil on all the moving parts. When laughter ends, the steering is better, not worse, because play turned tension into information. Hands learn to time sparks. Stir too slowly and nothing reveals itself. Stir too violently and the scene becomes noise. A light whisk at the bow prints delicate rings. A faster whisk just throws light away from where the watch needs it. The same goes for the steering, or hold the blade too long in one position and you are doing push-ups in disguise. Feather it with tiny adjustments and the wake settles into a ribbon that tells you truth about angle and set. See, fire is honest, but honesty loves moderation. Silence has a measurable taste on bright nights. When conversation goes to whispers and the only loudness is the squeak of a lashing asking for a tiny drink of oil, your ears open wider to the soft fizz the glow makes right at the hull. a fizz that almost clicks when fish scatter. That fizz speaks, too. Tighter fizz can mean faster water against the plank, a modest speedometer for hands that have learned to hear. Nobody writes this into a manual. Everybody smiles when someone else mentions it first. Southward, the show changes costumes. Cooler waters often produce less consistent glow. Some nights the sea refuses to sparkle on cue. In those latitudes your skills pivot back toward swell, birds, and cloud grammar with bioluminescence demoted to cameo. This is mainstream reality for Maori waters. Winters that turn down the plankton dial, dizzy storms that prefer complexity to theater. Revival crews report this without sulking and find other jobs for hands to do. The ocean never promised to entertain. It promised to be large. Patience counts as equipment. On dull nights with smoke-gray water and stingy stars, a single streak of light, perhaps from a startled school at the bow, can be enough to confirm that your quartering angle is still honest. On generous nights, abundance can trick you into thinking you're safe because it's pretty. The tohunga repeats a line the deck now knows by heart. Pretty isn't proof. Proof is convergence. See fire nods when swell and star already agree. It doesn't write letters of recommendation by itself. Laughter returns with a story about a watch that tried to spell its names in the wake and earned 20 minutes of chaotic diagonals as current corrected their calligraphy. The moral is not anti-fun. It's pro-wake. Don't decorate the proof you need for steering. Another story recalls a whale drawing a cathedral of light around the canoe with slow, grand curves. Everyone cried a little, then reefed a hand when wind frowned. Awe can coexist with chores and usually makes them nicer. Later, a fishing interlude proves the chapter's practical pitch. A net lowered gently into the bright layer shows its own shape in blue, allowing the crew to keep the geometry honest without arguments or lanterns. When fish finally slip inside, the glow scrawls their outlines and even their panic twists, giving instant feedback on whether to haul or hold. A tip bubbles up from a cousin. If the net seams are fraying, the glow will outline the problem areas before daylight tattles. Mend them now. Sleep better later. See fire turns into a QA department with a personality. Suddenly the moon hoists her silver and steals the show without apology. Starlight dims under her crown. Plankton glow competes and sometimes loses. The helm smiles without sighing because moonlight isn't a problem. It's a different book. The moon path writes a runway you can use to check roll and pitch. Shadows on waves define texture you've been feeling. Stars retreat to the edges and wait. The best navigators become grateful omnivores of light. Take what the sky offers. Bless what the sea offers. Ask both to stop showing off when you need to count. Balance closes the lesson. The tohunga gathers every element into a neat paradox you've been practicing since the first night. Trust light, don't worship it. See fire can keep boats in formation, reveal fish, outline eddies, confirm wake honesty, and make people laugh during hard watches. Starlight can hold courses, draw calendars, attach songs to directions. But the ocean loves redundancy more than pride. When glow vanishes, swell takes over. When stars hide, birds draw arrows. When everything naps, smell and sound and patience lift the corner of the curtain just enough for progress. Finally, the water decides to be extra generous one more time and offers a quiet miracle. A milky glow that doesn't flash but simply exists, like fog that learned to shine. The wake turns into velvet brighter than the surrounding black, and the canoe's shadow is a soft negative, hull, lashings, paddles, etched on a luminous page. Nobody speaks for a long while. Mainstream science has theories about bacterial light and giant blooms. Logbooks have exclamation points. Satellites have clever cameras. Your heart has simple verbs: see, breathe, remember. Scholars can keep filing reports about how often mariners used this specific light for formal navigation and whether that use was widespread or occasional. Sailors can keep dipping fingers into the glow and letting the ocean write brightness into their lifelines. Starlight arranges itself like a patient orchestra, and the tohunga taps the deck once, inviting a different kind of listening. Pretend the canoe is nailed to the ocean and the heavens do all the moving. The trick sounds like a mind game until the body tries it. Head turns a hair, knees soften, hips square to the bow, and the night sky begins to slide as if the world were a lazy turntable. Instead of chasing stars, you let stars stroll past appointed marks. Lashings, mast, the notch where a crossbeam meets a plank, and the geometry flips. The sky moves. The boat is the pivot. Your job is to keep relationships tidy, not to bully space into standing still. Nothing about this is mystical, though it can feel enchanted. Think of the deck as a clock, the mast as noon, the starboard lashing as 3, port as 9, stern as 6. Then watch your chosen star drift across those hours while the swell nudges and wind edits. When a bright one rises into the house you chose, you don't swing the bow to meet it. You wait where you are and let the star come to you, crossing the lashing like a bead sliding on a string. If it crosses too high, you've crept low. If it crosses too low, you've climbed high. If it kisses the mark exactly, the night applauds with silence. Tonight, the tohunga names this mental pivot as a cousin to something taught far to the northwest across Micronesia, where navigators speak of attack, the reference island that moves under the stars while your canoe holds still. In that cousin tradition, an island you imagine keeps pace beneath celestial markers. The sea and sky carry it along until a swap is due and a new reference takes the stage. Here your teacher doesn't ask you to memorize foreign syllables. He asks you to feel the kinship, fix the canoe, move the world, and discover how calm enters the muscles when you stop arguing with motion. Anyone who has tried to hold a star on a lashing while chop has opinions knows the next part. Reference points must be both generous and stubborn. A thread wrapped around the mast at eye level becomes a sight line you can stand behind with one eye closed. A shallow notch filed into a crossbeam's edge marks the midline without scolding. A frayed knot, left intentionally frayed, becomes a star catcher when its little halo sits exactly under the bright thing you chose to shepherd across the night. The deck turns into a planetarium with very homemade instruments, which is exactly the vibe the canoe enjoys. Across the Pacific, cousins perfected their own versions. Some carved notches, some sang the angles, some used the paddle's edge as a ruler, some allowed a family of eye marks to stand in for hardware, because hardware breaks and eyes travel with you. Mainstream knowledge recognizes the broad agreement. Wayfinders throughout Polynesia and Micronesia use a sidereal compass of rising and setting points. They rehearse star paths across a low horizon and hold courses by relationships rather than numbers. Where practice diverges, vocabulary and teaching style diverge too. Historians are still debating this question, how closely Maori systems paralleled specific Micronesian attack frames, and the honest answer is both there are rhymes and there are accents. Beneath your feet, the waka approves when the frame switches. The moment you stop lunging at stars and begin hosting them, swells feel less like critics and more like a choir. A long primary pushes, the star glides, the lashings hum, and a tiny hip correction replaces an argument. The tohunga calls this conversation correcting, a phrase you loved the first time and love even more now that the bow has learned to speak in vowels rather than consonants. If a wave's shoulder throws a syllable you didn't plan, the star still crosses the same lashing. You wait, adjust a breath, and let the handwriting smooth itself. Consider how friendly this becomes in cloudy fits when only a patch of sky peaks. Instead of waiting for the entire dome to reopen, you track the small visible square, letting a star enter and leave like a guest crossing a doorway you can see. The doorway is your mark. The star's timing is your teacher. With the canoe mentally fixed, the entrance and exit tell you everything. Too soon, too late, too high, too shy. In that sense, the cloud gives a gift, a frame for the star to perform inside, a little proscenium that turns drift into meter. Drifting into the Micronesian cousin room for a moment, Itak deserves a careful, friendly explanation. The navigator imagines an island, often one known in the sailor's geography, sliding under the sky while the canoe sits politely. As stars advance, the imagined island reaches successive bearings. At a changeover, a fresh island is selected, and the voyage continues by a procession of references migrating beneath the heavens. It is less hallucinatory than it sounds. It is a bookkeeping method with poetry, a way to manage long distances without drowning in arithmetic. Your tohunga nods, then returns to your boat with a wink. Hold the canoe. Let the stars and cousins do the walking. Elsewhere on deck, training turns tactile. A thin cord stretched from mast to gunwale becomes a horizon at waist height. You kneel behind it and treat the cord as C, the mast as a cardinal line, the lashing as your target. A bright bead knotted into the cord slides along when someone tugs gently, imitating a star's drift. Ridiculous? Maybe. Effective? Yes, the muscle memory of not chasing, of letting the universe arrive, gets filed into your joints where panic can't erase it during weather. For a fun bit of pedagogy, the tohunga plays with reversals. He commands a minute of rowing the sky. Paddlers pretend their strokes move constellations, not water, and the helmsman imagines pushing Orion up and to starboard by a feather of blade angle. Laughing arrives on schedule, which is healthy, and learning arrives because jokes make repetition feel like a game. You discover the weird calm in believing that the sky will keep its appointment with your mark regardless of what your biceps think about themselves. Granted, the moving sky frame isn't a permission slip to be lazy. If the star crosses one finger below your lashing 3 times in a row, the canoe isn't nailed to anything. You've actually wandered. The rule is friendly and firm. The world may move, but accountability belongs to the hands on the blade. A lesser-known crew trick helps hedge your bets. Slide a small bead on a cord tied to the mast every time the star meets the mark. When the beads pile up at the right end, confidence grows. When they scatter, humility gets a snack and the helm adjusts. However the night behaves, relative bearings are hungry for rhythm. A chant aligns with star transit. One slow line for rise, one for crossing, one for the set you won't see until tomorrow, sung anyway because memory enjoys being courted. The vocal metronome keeps the body from overcorrecting and the mind from narrating catastrophes. Mainstream knowledge joins the song. Many Polynesian schools teach by pairing star names with rhythms and directions so the body becomes a drum that remembers where east lies when the mouth forgets. In the debate corner, scholars sip tea and argue kindly about parallels. Did Maori wayfinding preserve a formalized moving island model like Itak? Or is the resemblance more about general human cleverness when facing a spinning sky from a jiggling platform? Some oral histories emphasize star houses and swell. Some revivalists fold in Itak metaphors as handy modern teaching bridges. Ethnographers disagree over how much cross-pollination happened and when. Historians are still debating this question, and your deck finds the discussion nourishing as long as nobody mistakes a metaphor for an ancestor. Just to keep your senses honest, the tohunga adds swell into the frame like a bass line under a melody. The star can cross the lashing where it should, and the deck can still complain if the long push disagrees with the plan. In moving sky mode, swells become the clock hand that keeps tempo while the star passes the tick marks. If the beat slows or speeds up, the helmsman adjusts in whispers, not paragraphs. The craft remains conversation, not litigation. Keeping illusions from stealing brain space becomes a sport. The eye loves to misjudge motion when everything moves, a rude parlor trick of the vestibular system. A quirky fix from an anti-turned instructor earns applause. Glance briefly at your own thumbnail held at arm's length before checking the star. anchoring the eyeballs with something truly near so the star's drift becomes honest again. Another trick is even sillier. Blink a slow, deliberate blink while breathing out and then resume gazing. The pause resets the brains. Is the horizon tap dancing? Program. Later the lesson widens to include backsighting, which is exactly what it sounds like. Instead of watching a star approach your mark, you let it leave and then note how long until it kisses the next mark you've prepared. The method puts two checks where one could be tricked by wishful thinking. You don't say the words control group because they would make the canoe yawn. You say second witness, which makes the canoe smile. Most of the crew falls in love with a particular star for a month or two, which silently explains why sailors everywhere talk to lights like pets. Favorites are okay. Monogamy is not. The tohunga insists you rotate companions, flirting with Canopus, Sirius, Akerner, and those three-belt friends in turn, so no single cloud bank can cancel school. The boat likes redundancy. So does your biochemistry when fatigue asks you to put all your trust in the one glitter you already know how to spell. Now the sky steals fire with a meteor scratching a bright, brief furrow, and the crew ooze, then gets back to work because shooting stars are unreliable employees. Planets, on the other hand, stroll their own paths with patience. Their refusal to twinkle makes them calm company near the horizon where lesser lights tremble. If a planet serves your chosen house, great. If not, treat it like a polite neighbor and don't ask it to babysit your course. You're learning to love the dependable, not the dramatic. Overhead the moon decides to audition as a coach, and relative bearing hums smoothly under her bright supervision. This is where moving sky thinking shines. Moonlight steals faint stars, but bright ones still wander across your lashing, and the ocean writes the same sentences beneath. You let the obvious lights do the chore they were born for, and you don't sulk about the missing subtlety. A mainstream reminder settles in your hands. Wayfinding traditions thrive on flexibility. Night with a moon is not worse, just different. The compass keeps beating if you let it change instruments. Practice then shifts to a sandboard under the canopy. Improvised theater for minds that like doodles. The tohunga draws a horizon, plants a stick for mast, a dot for your lashing, and then drags a shell across to mimic star drift. You call out high, low, exact, and the shell obliges by being wrong and then being right, which paradoxically is the funniest part. The laughter isn't fluff. It becomes a timestamp that memory uses to file the feeling of correctness. Questions from skeptics are invited because good boats reward honest doubt. What if a star bright enough to hold goes behind cloud, and the replacement isn't the same height? What if swell direction biases your sense of the drift? What if your own expectation tilts the blade? The tohunga's answer is a recipe you can cook half asleep. Pair one sky sign with one sea sign. Add a smell check if the hour allows. Stir with patience. Taste again in 7 minutes. Serve corrections warm and small. The deck hums approval like an old cat. Relative motion folds into day skills with a wink you didn't expect. Treat the sun as a very bright, very slow star, and let it arc past marks you've rehearsed with mast and lashing shadows. Watch the shadow tip cross a scratch you placed in the morning. Match the time to the swell's unbothered tempo. Steer by the relationship instead of by the glare. It's not a sextant. It's a sandwich you know how to make without measuring every ingredient. Sometimes, when weather sulks and only a star or two tease through, the canoe asks for the oldest humility. Hold by swell and wait. In moving sky language that means keep the relationships honest. The feel under the hip constant, the lashings tone calm, so that when a star finally peaks, it lands where your body predicted. The reward is not confetti. It's that deep exhale crews share when their guesses rhyme with reality. Small parties are the best ones at sea. Through all of this, memory refuses to be sentimental. You rehearse the houses, the drift, the backsights, the swollen and the slack. You speak names that belong to this latitude and time, and you store a few cousin names from other archipelagos for the sheer pleasure of their syllables. If the sky forgets to show a beloved, you don't sulk. You ask another to step in. The method is not monotheistic. It enjoys a pantheon of reliable friends. Under the canopy, an odd little tool earns its keep. 2 short sticks tied into a shallow V. The gull. Hold the V so its arms bracket the lashing. Let a star drift through the opening. Decide whether the gull eats the star precisely at the mast. It's silly, portable, and quietly brilliant, a way to smooth out human wobble in the middle of human wobble. You tuck the gull behind a beam and pretend it never helped as much as it did because pride likes myths about self-sufficiency. Various cousin traditions deserve another nod while the stars behave. Micronesian Po initiations, Marshallese stick charts that diagram swell interaction, Caroline Island navigators who talk about birds and wave smells the way your tohunga talks about jokes and posture. All of these share a family resemblance. Treat motion relationally, let imagination manage bookkeeping, and keep redundancy married to delight. Mainstream scholarship admits influence in both directions across the ocean, with teachers learning from teachers as crews met in modern times to rebuild knowledge. Your deck keeps the focus gentle. Honor the kinship. Practice the local grammar. When dawn grays the edges, moving sky mode refuses to clock out. Cloud streets drift like slow constellations and cross beam marks just as stars did. And birds draw lines that pass your lashings with the same high, low, exact test. The frame is portable, the world keeps moving. The waka thanks you for not being precious about tools. Translate, adapt, stay musical. Second-person navigation is really second-person courtesy. You're always in dialogue with something that isn't you. Without declaring victory, the tohunga ends the watch with the calm thesis line you now carry in your ribs. Fix the canoe. Let the world move. The sentence cleans anxiety out of the corners where it likes to hide, because it gives your hands work and your mind boundaries. Debates about a tack's closeness to Maori practice can continue in good journals and better kitchens. Arguments about standardization can keep scholars happily awake. Revival voyages can keep borrowing metaphors where they help. Here, tonight, the lashings had their crossings. The star had its appointment. The swell kept time, and patience wrote the minutes. Yet even with all this practiced grace, the sea reserves the right to surprise. A thin fog sweeps in, glow thins, birds are late. The frame holds anyway. You wait at your mark, you feel the long push, you check the gourd slack whisper. And when the cloud thins briefly, the star slides exactly where your quiet body promised. Confidence returns not like a drum roll, but like a hand on the shoulder. That's the curriculum's real test. Moving sky thinking protects your balance when evidence arrives in crumbs. Zephyrs freshen as the sun thinks about clocking in, and the canoe turns toward the day as if the ocean flipped the vinyl to side B. You smile because even the record player metaphor reminds you what you were doing. Letting the album spin beneath a fixed needle, trusting the groove to bring the song to you. The watch breaks for water, for jokes, for repairs that take 5 minutes and save 5 hours later. Somewhere between the laughter and the lashing oil, the lesson crystallizes into something you can hand to tomorrow. The world moves. Your kindness keeps the line. The voyage continues. Barometers are for other centuries. Tonight the waka reads pressure in timber vowels, in the taste of air, in how the swell grows shoulders and stops telling jokes. The tohunga lifts 2 fingers, reef now, and the order arrives like a lullaby rather than an alarm. Sails come down a hand with the practiced neatness of folding blankets. Lines ease without panic. The deck releases a long breath that had been hiding in the lashings all afternoon. Storm lessons here are never about heroics. They are about timing so polite the weather feels thanked. Before the first gusts get ideas, small rituals practice their usefulness. A pot of sweet drink is poured into tiny cups, not to celebrate drama but to convince hands to stay gentle. A spare gourd becomes a drift talker on a short line so set and drift can be felt without staring. A sea anchor lies ready like a lullaby you haven't opened yet. The tohunga repeats the watchword crews have heard since childhood. If you're thinking about reefing, it's already time. You grin because it sounds like a joke, and then the first squall rephrases it as law. Cloud banks make their case across the horizon, stacked like plates that forgot to be friendly. Anvils lean. Their skirts drag rain to the sea. A bright white crown spreads too far too fast to be anyone's pet. The crew counts between flash and rumble. Not because thunder frightens, but because timing turns noise into news. Every count folds into behavior. Heave to drills reviewed, bailers checked, lashings touched with oil so the squeaks will sing truth instead of complaint. Mainstream seamanship nods along from 1,000 boats. Shorten early, keep center of effort low, and let the rig breathe rather than wrestle. Between gusts, the deck practices a storm dance that looks like stillness from shore. Weight shifts to sweeten trim. Gear is lashed as if it were a polite guest who might forget itself, and the steering blade gets promoted from punctuation to prose. Crab claw or triangular sail, it doesn't matter tonight. What matters is forgiving geometry. The waka hurua's twin hulls give you room to play angles, room to find the path where the long swell offers a hand instead of a shove. A small charm dangles from a beam and earns a tap from every passerby. Not for luck, but to remind attention that it likes its job. Downwind, whitecaps scribble prematurely tidy handwriting, and the gourd on the line starts to tug with opinions. Set rises. Drift grows impatient. The tohunga suggests a rehearsal. Count breaths per gust. Inhale while the rush builds. Exhale while it fades. Mark how many before a lull agrees to arrive. 3 breaths and a half, someone calls. 4 then a stumble, another says. It's not mysticism. It's metronome. When singing begins soft, even timing gains ribs. Notes become handrails when vision goes noisy. Evening smears the sky into pewter, and the sail drops another hand. Reefing becomes choreography. Ease, gather, lash, check. No flogging, no drama. Cloth that flaps is cloth that tears feelings. The lashing's pitch lowers as the rig shrinks. A duller note that tells your bones the loads are friendlier now. Mainstream knowledge about flexible lash and peg construction earns another gold star. Nothing rigid snaps because nothing rigid is in charge. The waka is a dancer, not a statue, and dancers live to step another day. Gusts begin to punch with elbows instead of fingers, and the steering blade answers with vowels instead of consonants. Aft, the helmsman starts the feather talk, feathering the blade so the canoe can bleed off anger without stopping. Leeway writes a quiet diagonal across the wake. You correct in whispers, not paragraphs. The old rule holds. Small early changes beat large late ones on water in weather with tempers. A crewmate counts softly. 1 gust, 2 gusts, 3. And laughter bubbles up because it sounds like children keeping score at a game. That's the point. A game is a storm turned into something the body knows how to win. Farther into the gray, the tohunga calls for heaving to, a maneuver that always feels like a paradox until it feels like salvation. Sail is trimmed against the rudder's will, bow angle to nurse rather than charge, and the waka crabs politely upwind while losing slow ground. Spray still writes hieroglyphs on skin, but the violence gets bored. Under the platform a sea anchor is made ready, woven basket, short stout line, a necklace of knots to disrupt pull, because sometimes rest is the smartest direction available. Mainstream voyagers on many seas have sworn by versions of this. The double-hulled brain under your feet enjoys the option. Gales start talking in complete sentences, and the deck answers by lowering its voice. Songs go to the chest register. long vowels that match the period of the long swell, because rhythm keeps hands in agreements they made when the world was quiet. A trick your grandmother insisted on earns applause. Chew a small piece of kawakawa to quiet the stomach, then sip water exactly on the count when the gust fades so swallowing doesn't turn into a wrestling match. Quirky? Absolutely. Effective? Tonight it promotes 3 crew from green to capable with no paperwork. Halyards get a running check. Knots snug, coils tidy, no loops ready to audition as ankle traps. A spare steering blade is staged under the platform with the handle pointing toward whichever side has the calmer laughter. Bailers sit forward where gravity lends a hand, and someone smears a finger of oil on a squeaky lashing so its alarm will be honest, not constant. Under the canopy, a storm box makes its appearance. Extra lashings, wedges, a roll of woven matting that can be wrapped around a line to shut it up. That mat is nicknamed the silencer, and the crew treats it like a toddler's blanket that can also perform miracles. History keeps you company without nagging. Mainstream scholarship places sustained settlement of Aotearoa around the late 13th century, when voyagers from warmer archipelagos met a moody set of temperate storm tracks and learned quickly to pick their windows. Some historians argue that the big crossings stayed near the end of summer and early autumn, when sea temperatures still forgave and winds behaved like adults. Others suggest that returns and inter-island legs sometimes leaned into the temperate belts deliberately to borrow westerlies. Scholars are still debating this question, how often voyagers knowingly sailed into storm lanes versus waiting them out, and the canoe, which respects a good argument, asks only that the crew not treat debate as an umbrella. Inboard, a kettle laughs at the idea that weather should cancel tea. Warmth arrives in tiny doses that keep spirits from inventing problems. The tohunga uses the lull to teach line etiquette in storms. Speak to the rope before you move it, literally. Say its name and your intention, so everyone near the other end knows they live on the same boat. A small, obscure practice gets its cameo. A thin leather strip tied at the bitter end of a sheet as the tongue. So if hands slip, the sting on fingers yelps early and saves skin from worse. Silliness earns its keep by becoming safety. Knuckles drum a beam to test its tone, and the wood replies in a voice a half note lower than it sang yesterday. That is water weight and strain telling you to be kind. The crew off watch lies flat, not asleep yet, and their bones translate canoe grammar. Long swell still keeps its metronome. Cross chop has learned to clap on the offbeat, and the sky's tantrum isn't personal. Someone suggests counting lightning breaths the way you counted gust breaths, and the experiment turns fear into arithmetic. For heartbeats to flash, a voice reports, 7 to grumble. Not science exactly, but focus is a medicine and this dose works. Lightning scratches bright lines across the clouds, and prudence becomes a fashionable color. Metal objects retreat under woven covers. Mast stays get a thoughtful glance. Prayers keep their own counsel. The helm shifts to a lower gear, staying upwind of trouble rather than proving anything to it. A superstition earns its ration. Nobody whistles. The old auntie aboard swats a whistler with a grin. Tradition says whistling invites wind that has not been fed. Scientific? No. Useful? Yes, because it swaps dread for comedy and keeps the deck from tensing itself into stupidity. Waves begin to wear small, sharp hats, and the waka answers by narrowing its ambitions. Speed yields to control. Bearing yields to rest. Pride yields to prudence. The steering blade writes crescents, not paragraphs, coaxing rather than demanding. A few crew sing a children's song about counting geckos because the beat matches the long swell stride. Nobody remembers the lyrics past the second verse, but the meter outlives them because meter is the real reason songs were invented on boats. Your arms become pendulums in a clock that keeps time with safety. Questions climb aboard like seabirds looking for a perch. How did ancestors decide when to push through weather to reach temperate food calendars, and when to turn a storm into a waiting room? Did crews aiming for Aotearoa occasionally use the aggression of southern ocean systems to make eastings, then hide in lee lanes behind islands? Or is that modern fantasy imported into stories because drama tastes delicious? Good papers defend both instincts. Oral traditions stress timing, prayer, and very practical caution. Scholars are still debating this question, and the tohunga lets the sentence hang because thunder likes to interrupt. Rations stay rationed without sulking. Dried fish tastes better than it did at noon because hunger edits recipes. Sweet drink goes around in the same direction as the wind because why not? And the joke becomes a ritual that helps with tracking whose turn it is. Seasick cousins get promoted to line tenders where their hands can matter without negotiating their stomach's philosophy. A lesser-known grandmother rule gets invoked. If someone cannot keep food down, let them hold the paddle for 3 breaths during a lull so their body remembers strength. It often helps the next sip stay put. Mechanics remain humble and relentless. Every lashing gets a palm's honesty. Every bailer gets the dignity of being emptied before it asks. Every knot receives a sentence of affection before being tested. The tohunga talks to the steering or like it's a horse. Good, easy there. And this is not theater. It's breath control. It's rhythm. It keeps your grip kind. Politeness becomes a survival skill, because anger is a poor helmsman and swagger a worse one. Noise, surprisingly, is something you can curate. A lashing that screams in the wrong register steals attention that belongs to waves. A mat wrapped around it, the storm muffler, calms the shriek to an informative hum. A canopy edge that flaps gets an extra tie that turns a slap into a whisper. Another small line drawn tight makes a drum out of a complaining board, so its beat becomes a metronome. Soundscapes decide whether the crew feels hunted or held. Tonight you choreograph a lullaby out of chaos. Old tricks keep proving that ancestors knew the difference between clever and cute. A line of tiny beads on the mast, the rain ladder, tells you how hard water falls by how many rungs it climbs. Over a certain rung, visibility is so poor that steering must move to touch and memory. A hair in a cup says current still kisses starboard. A smudge of ash confirms the same slide. Gray flecks insisting left to right even when the world tries to be a washing machine. None of these gadgets files for patents. All of them make choices easier at 1 in the morning. Debate comes back because storms invite philosophy as fiercely as they invite bailers. Were long settlement voyages staged through weather windows, El Niño years with kinder Central Pacific trade winds, for instance? Or are we importing global climate models into stories mostly designed to teach patience and courage? Mainstream science talks about decadal oscillations. Oral accounts talk about wise departures and stubborn returns. Revival voyages report both lucky stretches and hard lessons. Historians are still debating this question, and the crew, who have just tightened a lashing that saved a plank from sulking, nod as if to say, debate is delicious. Boats are hungry. Quietness sneaks up between tantrums. In the eye of a squall line or the back of a gust, everything stops shouting, and that's when maintenance becomes speed. Lines are recoiled so they won't pretend to be snakes later. Fingers get rubbed with oil so the next hour doesn't steal skin. Jokes expand like dough and are punched down gently so they can rise again at dawn. The tohunga insists on the small sip rule. Hydrate when silence appears, not when thirst screams. You obey because tomorrow's version of you depends on tonight's kindness. Rocking continues, but with texture that now feels legible rather than rude. Long swell holds. Chop throws its tantrums and then falls asleep. Wind rights farther apart as the squall line empties its pockets. A double check of heading by the dim outline of a cloud gap confirms what hips already knew. The bow stayed honest. A petrel schemes low and vanishes inward toward a cliff with the bored competence of someone whose street is finally open again. The waka's song resets to a deeper vowel. Relief smells like wet timber and peppery leaves on the wind. Reluctant dawn stains the water with pewter first and then silver. Exhaustion asks for a stupid decision. Discipline gives it a pillow instead. Reef stays down until the long pattern proves it deserves more cloth. The crew cycles through stretches and small bites because stiffness is the only enemy left with a decent plan. A quick check on the human logbook. One voice reporting the hour's story in a single line. Anchors memory to narrative. 3 hands of gusts, 2 breaths per peak. Set to starboard, bird line returning. Poetry? Perhaps. Useful? Absolutely. Sun lifts and lays gold across the deck. And the storm stops wanting to be the main character. This is when good crews make mistakes, when relief masquerades as invincibility. The tohunga blocks that plot by handing out small chores that force attention to stay friendly. Wipe the blades, retie the lazy coils, thank the sea anchor even if it never left its bundle. Gratitude is practical. It keeps hands gentle 1 more hour. Stories pile up fast after weather, and one floats to the top because it comes with a lesson and a biscuit. A voyage years ago misread a friendly morning and hoisted full cloth too soon. A fresh backhand from a squall cracked a spar and cracked morale. Since then the proverb travels with the fleet. Raise courage before you raise canvas. You whisper it while easing a line and it tastes true like salt. Another, smaller quirk graduates from superstition to policy. The first person to see a rainbow must name a cousin they miss. It keeps melancholy from inventing storms. Mainstream points anchor the day's post-storm debrief with a sensible voice. Double-hulled canoes handle big seas by spreading load and allowing flex. Lashings engineered outperform rigid bolts in a world that enjoys breaking toys. Reef early, heave to with confidence, and let sea anchors earn their room on deck. Weather windows reduce drama. Seasonal timing matters. Coastal piloting under temperate skies rewards patience with safer landfall. Revival voyages have demonstrated those truths in our present. And your bones just wrote them down again under starlight. Opinions stay interesting where data stays shy. How many voyages dared winter? How often did crews switch between hugging coasts and leaping wide water because harvests or politics asked them to hurry? Did navigators ever use the grunt of westerlies that march below the 40s to claw east and then sneak north into kinder belts? Scholars are still debating this question, and they are good at it. Their arguments make charts out of curiosity. Meanwhile, your job remains to keep the canoe unhurt and the jokes unlost. Wind tires the way actors do after curtain call, and the ocean slips back into agreeable grammar. A faint river smell arrives, cool, leafy, and birds begin their commuter lines again, as if eager to get back to a schedule with fewer exclamation points. Clouds blush peach at the edges. Swell hushes to the old bass note. The deck does not cheer. Cheering is for endings. The crew says a simple thank you to the ugly buckets that became beautiful in the dark, and another to the little woven silencer that turned a tantrum into a whisper. Vigil remains the quiet law even after a storm's apology. Lashings that survived with dignity still get a second look. Spars that behaved like saints still earn a wipe and a pat. Stomachs that did the brave thing with kawakawa and counting breaths get promoted to porridge. The tohunga, who never lectures longer than weather will allow, gives you the chapter's thesis again, softened for morning. Gentle hands, early reefs, songs for timing, humility for luck. All else is commentary you can sing while coiling a line. When the next squall line hints that it will audition later in the day, nobody groans. Preparedness does not invite weather. It invites calm. The crew repeats the lull drill without the storm's curriculum watching. Breath counts, feather talk, heave to language, tea warm-ups. And the deck files the rehearsal under muscle memory we'd like to keep. A petrel glances over its shoulder midskim like a tiny coach approving your form. The waka seems taller somehow, not heavier, just more certain of its manners. Xylem and phloem, tree bits that used to carry sap. Now carry the memory of waves in the body of your canoe, and the thought charms you into a last small smile. Wood that once fed leaves now feeds lessons. Fibers that once held wind now hold wind again in different grammar. Storms didn't turn you into legends. They turned you into neighbors who know which cupboard the cups live in and which song keeps the room from panicking. Yet the ocean keeps one ace in its sleeve, the right to ignore yesterday's plot. Tomorrow might demand a different plan, a cleverer patience, a smaller brag. That's fine. You sail in second person, which means the story is never about conquering. It's about conversing. Weather speaks, you answer kindly. Progress happens because restraint has hands. Zero traces of swagger remain when the tohunga finally nods and tells everyone to breathe like the long swell. The deck smells of salt and plant oils and quiet triumph. Mainstream truths, quirky tricks, and scholarly debates all found their seat at last night's table. None of them had to shout to be heard. The waka answers with one low, satisfied creak, which is how boats say carry on. Dawn lifts like a pale lid from a bowl, and salt air carries a green afterthought that makes the tohunga smile before he says anything. In that small, patient breath, the beach becomes a textbook and your nose becomes the index. Breath slows so the rest of your senses can catch up, and the navigator taps the gunnel twice. A gentle punctuation meaning. Notice the smell at mouth level, then crouch and notice it again near your knees, because river scent sometimes schemes low like a shy rumor. Somewhere ahead, surf writes hush then thump in tidy paragraphs, and counting the gaps between sets becomes a calm little metronome that tells you whether the bar is loud-mouthed or polite, whether a lull is arriving with door-open energy or door half-closed reluctance. Closer to your toes, the water's flavor shifts from briny to faintly mineral, a cool thread taste that the crew calls plume tea, and the tohunga grins at your hesitation before reminding you that nobody ever passed an exam by keeping their tongue dry. Under the faint rattle of pebbles, drift lines draw arrows with other people's lost stories. Browned kelp braided in one direction, twig salad edging the same way, a few seeds and sticks pointing like shy compasses toward the source that sent them. Meanwhile, birds clock out from open water as if a tiny manager rang a bell. Terns stitch diagonals with office-hour conviction. Gannets return with taller shoulders after dive-heavy shifts, and low-skimming petrels scribble commas into the air that end exactly where the cliffs will begin. Between the brightening clouds and the rippled skin of the sea, a soft mint glow appears under a patch of cumulus. A lagoon hint you learn to trust only when other witnesses show up, so you pair the mint with birds and plume and keep your ego in its life jacket. Across the path of the bow, fragments of pumice bob like memory foam. Light, pocked, softly stubborn. And the tohunga notes in a teacherly murmur that this island family loves to throw such stones when interior mountains sneeze fire. So finding them in company with river smell should make your shoulders pay attention. Beneath the canopy, a woven basket surrendered last night's dew into a gourd, and the navigator tips a slick film across his palm to snare the faintest fragrance of leaf and soil. A ridiculous-looking trick that works because smell is a patient historian. Beyond the immediate page of water, the swell changes personality. Still long, still kind, but shoulders rounder, as if the ocean has started leaning on something it cannot see, and your hips recognize the refraction's quiet handwriting before your eyes admit the hint. Along the starboard hull, a line of foam kittens, tiny, repeating impossibly cute, marches at an angle to the wind lanes, and the tohunga taps the rhythm on the lashing while saying what you've started to feel. That's a river's wrist, flexing. Beside the mast, a little gourd becomes a mirror for silhouettes, and when you tilt it just right, the sky's bright leak sharpens the flight paths so your thumb can mark the fat braid of commuters. When thumb and plume agree, the steering blade barely needs to move to join the yes. Suddenly the air grows a sweetness that tastes like wet stones rubbed with crushed leaves. Not perfume so much as suggestion, and the crew performs the silly detective crouch again. nose at knee height, because low air sometimes ferries the most honest gossip. Following the joke comes a practice that is half science fair, half tea ceremony. A pinch of river water mixed in a shell with a splash of sea becomes two swirls, and the lighter swirl that refuses to hold a circle points toward its family upstream. Later the tohunga invites a leaf into the lesson. A fern pinched and tucked behind the ear, not for fashion but because its damp smell, re-sniffed every few breaths, lets you notice scent change more readily than a nose that grows bored of itself. Elsewhere on the platform, a quiet inventory of clues becomes your morning's thesis. Birds drag lines shoreward, kelp arrows align. Pumice adds its volcanic accent, surf cadence fattens, cloud bellies carry mint, and the taste test tells your tongue this water wore a mountain not too long ago. Eventually the sky adds a thin stripe of copper behind a low, land-colored smear, and your chest loosens because color has joined the choir. Nothing dramatic, just the first clean note of there, sung softly enough that only people who didn't sleep through class will hear it. Finally, the navigator threads the scholarship needle with a sentence shaped like a boat hook. Mainstream timelines place sustained settlement of Aotearoa around the late 13th century. Call it 1200 to 1300 CE. And historians are still debating whether arrivals came in one major wave or several braided migrations that stitched seasons together. Afterward, a story about old pumice trails takes the deck like a kind aunt. Light rocks that carried news along the coasts for weeks after an eruption, landing in bays as if they had opinions, and you run a thumb over one tiny crater and quietly adopt it as your pocket tutor in patience. Morning, for once, refuses to hurry, which is convenient because the inlet ahead will require manners. The tohunga's palm goes up, wait 1 set, 2 sets now, and the bow slides into plume water where the chop softens, the blade whispers, and every muscle in your ribs decides to be a grown-up. Softly the sounder, just a smooth stone on a line, tells a story in taps. Firm for clean sand, buzzy for shell beds, thick for mud, and the navigator's good lands like a teacher's pencil tapping the margin beside a well-drawn diagram. Threading the approach, a gull's cry returns with a double echo from a headland still wrapped in haze, and the timing between original and echo lets the deck sketch a mental distance that agrees suspiciously well with the sounder's patient math. Unseen but certainly present, freshwater slides in sheets within the top arm's length of sea, and the oddest little exercise, tongue dip high, then tongue dip lower near the planks. Make sense in your mouth even while your ego insists you must look absurd. Quietly a debate wanders back into the watch, sits on a coil of rope, and asks for tea. If settlement clustered after 1200 to 1300 CE, did families arrive in a concentrated burst, one big migration whose echoes built communities, or as multiple pulses where scouting landfalls returned with confidence and gardens followed later? Scholars are still debating this question, and the deck votes, as usual, for curiosity with good posture. Green returns to clouds as the sun leans higher, and a mint underbelly draws a circle right where your nose and ears already filed river and lagoon. So the rule of 3 smell, birds, water, graduates that hint into a sentence no one feels the need to shout. Harbors, like people, prefer introductions. The crew murmurs a few words that are more thank you than claim, and while the waka drifts in the last meters of outgoing tide, you pinch a damp line and memorize how river cool feels compared to ocean cool, so that tomorrow your skin will nod before your brain writes footnotes. Pebbles under the planks start talking in consonants. Tick-tick for the shingle's edge, and the tohunga raises 2 fingers to remind everyone that first steps on a new shore should feel like removing shoes in a stranger's house. Gentle, unhurried, and willing to notice the floor. Names, which always arrive with company, wait politely off stage. Only when the bow noses into truly sweet water does the navigator say the inlet syllables aloud, careful and slow, and the quiet answer from wood and wind feels like the kind of welcome that doesn't like applause. Evidence you can hold insists on having the last word before eyes take over. A kelp blade caught on the line maps its stem toward the river like a compass needle. A bit of pumice clicks softly when tapped against the hull, and a thin smear of silt on your fingertip dries into a clean gray that belongs to freshwater hills. Stories will grow here, about stars that rise over that bend, about bird highways that thicken before rain, about a smell that tells you upstream stones had a fight with frost. But this morning's task is smaller than legend. Let your senses make the landing before your eyes start bossing everyone around. Ritual, which is really just a disciplined way of paying attention, asks for a shell of water to the tide and a whisper of thanks, and your own small joke. To the committee of smells for services rendered. Earns a grin from the person nearest the baler. Calendars hide in this entrance and you begin drafting one without trying. Which rock dries first at mid-tide? Which gull returns to which perch? Which hour's wind adds sweetness to leaf scent? Which set of waves arrives like a paragraph and which like a list? Carrero about settlement, the long, shared conversation, will keep being revised by radiocarbon dates, charcoal horizons, genetics, and the granularity of oral memory that refuses to be bullied into a single cadence. And it's good that scholars keep sharpening the picture while navigators keep sharpening their noses. Landing itself turns out to be less drumroll than sigh. The waka kisses plume water one more time, the steering blade breathes easy, and the baritone in the lashings lowers by a note that everybody recognizes as home adjacent, which is the safest word to use on a first day. Not far from the bow, debris sorts itself with the fairness of physics. Long stems and twigs where the slower eddies spin, shorter bits where the flow argues with sand tongues, and you add that map to your growing pocket atlas of where kindness lives. Pockets of scent keep their secrets in layers, and during a final crouch the air near the planks delivers one last lesson. Stones upstream must be wet from a night's cool. Leaves must have begun exhaling earlier than usual. Something flowering inland promises to sell gossip to the next breeze. Cork earns its keep by refusing to be embarrassed. A smudge of ash brushed into the water just offshore drifts in a neat line, tracing current like charcoal on paper, and your grin gives the trick the promotion it always knew it deserved. Recognition takes a quieter shape than you expected. Instead of a postcard skyline, the first clear sight is only a darker green where river shakes hands with hill, and your chest answers with a long exhale because the invisible has been telling the truth for an hour and the visible has politely decided to agree. Staying humble will be your real navigation here. Smelling rivers at two heights, tasting the top finger of water, reading birds as co-workers, catching pumice as footnotes. All of it small, unfancy, and utterly portable when fog decides to take your other senses for a walk. Tools for this particular entrance fit in pockets. A smooth stone on a line, a gourd for silhouettes, a pinch of ash for tracing set, a leaf for a nose reset, and the old mnemonic that the tohunga made you sing under your breath. Bird, kelp, pumice, plume, which annoyingly refuses to leave your head and helpfully refuses to leave your head. Uncertainty keeps its own chair at the feast and should be fed rather than evicted. If tomorrow's birds argue with today's cloud mint, you'll wait. If pumice thins while scent fattens, you'll test. If scholars find a layer of charcoal that tweaks a date, you'll update your dinner story without pretending the soup changed flavor. Green thickens until it becomes undeniable, and only then does the canoe allow itself the smallest of swaggerless nudges toward the calmer tongue of water where entry feels like being waved in by sleepy relatives who approve of your shoes. Memory stitches the hour together into a simple sentence that will be easy to teach later. First the smell, then the birds, then the soft-shouldered swell, then the friendly mess of kelp and pumice, then the mint under clouds, then the sounder's hush, and only after all that the sight. Grace, the kind that doesn't need a microphone, closes the lesson. The tohunga's palm rests on the gunwale the way a librarian rests a hand on a book that just helped a child fall in love with reading, and the boat answers with one shy creak that you decide to translate as kia ora, where wananga is a phrase that walks in softly and changes the room, and on this first inland morning the teaching house is nothing like a school you once imagined. It is closer to a tide pool where knowledge rests between waves, alive and precise, and it asks you to step carefully so nothing scurries away before you learn its shape. Inside the low, timber-scented space, woven tuku-tuku panels lean like patient librarians, and the rafters hold carvings that seem to breathe. A circle of mats outlines the classroom, though nobody calls it that, and the tohunga touches one spot at the edge with a toe to invite you to sit. Not as a pupil put on trial, but as a co-singer whose voice is welcome even if it arrives with salt in its hair. Beneath the mats, a shallow tray of sand waits under a plated cover. When the cover lifts, the surface becomes a night sky domesticated to daylight. A canvas where star paths can be drawn with a fingertip so minds that memorize better by touch can rehearse their obligations without squandering the dark. Between chants, the tohunga smooths the sand with a flat shell until it is a blank garden. Then draws the arc of Tatoru and the long stride of Rahua, explains rising points along the eastern lip and setting points along the western. And has you sketched the houses you sailed by last week so muscle can remember what mouth and I sometimes forget when weather has an opinion. Outside, sea hush carries up the valley in a new accent, and children who have watched the night lessons from a respectful distance now mimic the star compass on a circle of pebbles. North, east, south. West set by stones the size of fists. And they laugh when you join them because your adult seriousness needs a small, friendly nudge toward play if it's going to survive long voyages of learning. Across the floor, a length of driftwood is set down with deliberate ceremony and suddenly it is a mast. A loop of flax is tied to its base to mark the bow, a second loop marks stern, and the tohunga's hand moves stars across the roof of the ware like coins sliding along a table, so that your body remembers how it felt to keep a bright witness on a lashing even when the swell tried to talk you into grand gestures. Tonight's sky will come soon enough, but the house writes its own constellations by day. Carvings on hik, rafters, twist in koru and manaya forms that the elders point to as if they were paragraphs, and with each spiral they attach a line of the kapehu wetu, a star compass recitation, so that pattern joins sound and both tie to a movement in your shoulders that promises to show up when fatigue would otherwise win. Instead of arithmetic, the lesson gives you rhythm. Instead of numbers, it gives you syllable weight. You count the beats of names that carry direction. Matariki rises here. Rahua sits there. Otahai keeps the southern watch. And discover that a mouth disciplined by chant is a more accurate instrument than a mind alone, because breath remembers better than bravado. Somewhere near the door a keet of smooth stones sits like an unassuming grandmother, and each stone stands for a house on the compass. As chants progress, an apprentice slides the stones from one braid of the basket to another to mark time and direction, and the clink of them becomes a second metronome that adds tactility to sound so your hands won't be left behind by your clever head. Elsewhere in the ware, a row of gourds hangs by flax cord above the wall line, each one blackened on the inside with smoke to create a mirror dark that sharpens morning reflections. When a gourd is tipped, the bright doorway becomes a precise slit of light, and elders use that slit to demonstrate how an asterism should cross a notch at a particular time. A tiny planetarium of calabash and sun that makes the complicated suddenly domestic. Underfoot, the sand map receives a different kind of drawing. Wave trains sketched as long, low ribs, a cross swell added at an angle, lines converging to show refraction lanes behind a hypothetical island, and the tohunga asks you to reenact the hip meter you learned at sea while staring at the diagram. Not because the house doesn't trust the ocean, but because land school tricks the brain into paying rent to the body even when the drama outside is turned down. Along the rafters, patterns whisper mnemonics that carry more than directions. A double spiral recalls the twin hulls of your waka hurua. A bite-shaped notch near a central panel nods toward the dog star, Kori, as a playful stand-in for Sirius during certain stories, and a sequence of triangles on a panel point the way to remembering a series of reef passages that will matter when the crew returns to coasting along the temperate belts. Memory here is not hoarding. It is choreography, and the tohunga moves the room through suites, star compass, swell reading, cloud handwriting, bird highways, current patience, each with a repeating phrase that will return later under stress. Hold steady, correct small, confirm with two, confess your doubt, wait for a third witness. Your lips repeat these like prayers you can use while coiling a wet line. Songs carry the freight most gracefully and a new refrain enters. Count the breaths per gust, count the beats per set, which you sang during the storm but now practice in even light so the body learns it as a home language. Humor attends the chorus because this is not a church that forbids jokes, and someone adds a verse about tea before theory. And even the carvings seem to smirk. Elders treat precision as a form of courtesy, and each teaches with his or her own accent. One measures by handspan altitude hacks and finger-width arcs above the horizon. Another prefers backsighting to check vanity. A third has no patience for swagger and says simply, if 3 signs disagree, your story is wrong, go quiet. Mainstream knowledge threads through all of it. Where Wananga historically served as repositories of expert lore, genealogy, cosmology, ritual, practical environmental knowledge, and in many places their rhythm was interrupted or reshaped in the 19th century under missionary influence, colonial pressure, and legislative restrictions. Lessons wander beyond navigation without leaving it. Gardens demand calendars born of sky and soil, first fires demand words born of restraint, and protocols demand a hospitality that knows when not to announce itself. The house insists that a navigator without manners wrecks in a way no reef can manage, and that knowing how not to take is the twin of knowing how to arrive. Debate, being a good guest, sits cross-legged and waits for a pause. How much detail of pre-contact navigation practice survived into the written accounts that fill modern shelves? How much was lost or guarded as tapu? And how much has been reconstructed by revival voyages that sailed these islands again without instruments? Historians are still debating this question, and the elders don't flinch at the uncertainty. They show you how to hold it without letting it wobble your steering. Scholars from various generations have inked long pages on this. Some arguing that names, star lists, and procedures slipped through colonizing nets in enough threads to weave a trustworthy fabric. Others warning that transcription bias, missionary filters, and the silence of families protecting what shouldn't be public left gaps too big to pretend away. The tohunga urges kindness for both camps and urges you to treat paper as a cousin. Not as law, because paper has never seen a bar in a southerly. Quirks blossom like practical flowers in this garden of memory. String figures are sometimes used to trace the angles of a season's key asterisms so fingers can rehearse sky geometry without eyes. A knotted chord, humble and precise, helps younger students pace breaths during chants without rushing. A shell tapped against a wooden post becomes a one-note instrument to correct drift in song tempo, so everyone's internal metronome doesn't drift off like a lazy canoe in a slack tide. Students take turns at a chalk doorway, using the rectangle of light as a moving sky proscenium. One calls out the moment when an imagined occurner grazes the lintel, another claims a correction when the belt 3 pass a finger width too low, and the youngest, who has mastered a kind of serious mischief, gently nudges your elbow at just the right instant to keep pride from learning bad posture. Ceremony edges in with a softness that never feels like an interruption. Words of dedication address knowledge as a person in the room who deserves tea and patience, and you are asked to retell, in your own voice, the sequence of signs that made last night's grand smell landfall simple. Birds, kelp, pumice, plume, and the elders lean in, not to catch errors but to calibrate your rhythm so the sentences will be available when fog makes foolishness tempting. Practice refuses to let theory lead alone. By mid-morning the sand tray has been wiped clean 3 times and 3 maplets have been redrawn, each more honest than the last. Outside, a line of pegs has been set in the ground to stand for star houses, and you walk between them singing the compass quietly until your footsteps become angles and you can feel north in your ankles instead of in your imagination. Morning distracts itself for a while with work that is not lesson, and is exactly lesson. Checking lines, enumerating gourds, wiping a steering blade with oil, mending a small nick in a lashing. Each task has a whispered proverb attached. A rope blessed with attention holds longer. A blade that knows kindness steers truer. And your grin betrays you to yourself because you realize that this is a memory palace built out of chores. Finally, the house shows its favorite trick. Erasure as pedagogy. A last, careful star path is traced in the tray. Rising points, transit heights, set points, swell interference lanes, cloud halos, And the tohunga gives you exactly 3 heartbeats to admire it before a palm smooths the sand into a blank again. The loss is tender, not cruel. The point is clear. Maps that vanish on purpose train the mind to keep what matters and let go of vanity. It is a navigational ethic disguised as tidiness. Feasts of small details fill the afternoon without ever pretending to be glamorous. A carved pattern on a panel is revealed to encode a current lane near a headland you will learn by foot later. A children's handgame turns out to be a chart of wind bias corrections for a river mouth. A particular lullaby is sung only in 7-syllable lines because 7 beats match the average period of a long swell in this season, and nobody says average period, but your hips remember the math anyway. Gravestones of language are not allowed here. Words are kept walking. Star names are spoken in multiple dialects without insisting on one, and you learn to translate rather than correct. A belt that is Totoro in one mouth might be called by another name by cousins further north, and the house smiles because multiple names keep a single light from being captured by pride. Mainstream knowledge notes that variation across iwi is real, and revival crews often carry lists that reconcile, not erase, these differences. Heirlooms of knowledge, genealogies of teachers who taught teachers, are recited not to boast but to map accountability. Where a technique comes from is part of the instruction, and a careful line is drawn around teaching that should remain under cloak, not because knowledge fears daylight, but because context travels poorly and the house refuses to export half-truths. Ironies are welcomed as long as they serve kindness. A student asks if the sand map's ritual erasure is really about privacy, about not letting strangers copy the chart. The tohunga nods, then says it is also about mercy because too many diagrams invite the brain to hoard and hoarding makes a poor helmsman. Memory that breathes forgives, adapts, and makes room for new wind. Janitors of attention, the small, odd tools, get their laurels toward evening. A pinch of charcoal rubbed on the knuckle at the angle of a chosen star becomes a private mark you can check at night without waking anyone. A little flax tassel tied to the mast at eye level is adjusted to your height so you won't borrow someone else's sightline and lie to yourself about competence. A 2-husk rattle is shaken once at each hour to mark time without lanterns or watches. Knots of uncertainty get handled with love, not with speeches. We do not know exactly how much of this detail lived intact through the roughest years, an elder says about the 19th century, and we do not need to pretend we do. We need to practice until the canoe can keep a promise without paper. The room hums approval because this is the sort of sentence that lets anxiety read itself a bedtime story and fall asleep on the mat instead of pacing all night. Ladders of learning are built flat, not steep. Beginners are invited to lead one line of chant each watch. Advanced students hold the steering or for exactly 3 breaths during a rehearsal lull. Nobody gets crowned genius, because genius takes up too much space on a small deck. The house is allergic to heroes and addicted to competence, a bias you would like to keep. Memory experiments continue until the light begins to tilt. The sand tray becomes a coastline now, and you practice naming what you would notice first: sound of surf, smell of leaf and stone, birds stacking in a particular corridor, and then you name your second and third witnesses because 1 sign alone is a liar, 2 are interesting, 3 are a confession. That rule has become a low drum in your chest. Needles of light appear where the roof's gaps invite them, and the tohunga uses those accidental spears of sun as stand-ins for stars to demonstrate a moving sky frame again. This time, you are the mast and the house is the horizon, and the floor turns underneath you like a record. The trick quietly remarries play with method, and your balance thanks both. Ovens of knowledge sit along the edges, literal earth ovens heating for supper while words keep seasoning themselves. The smell of kangawaru and smoky greens wraps itself around cosmology without needing permission, and you realize food is part of the curriculum, because a crew that eats together keeps a tempo better than a crew that merely agrees on theory. Portable ethics get stuffed in your pockets as the evening closes. Speak to a rope before you move it. Listen to a bird before you believe it. Thank a gourd that did its job. Push a joke into the room when fear acts important. And stop drawing maps when your hand begins to love itself more than the canoe. These are laws that prefer to be called friends. Quiet finally sits in the Wananga like a satisfied ancestor, and you are asked to recite a tiny thing, a 4-line account of last night's landfall that keeps its verbs modest. When you finish, an elder corrects one syllable of a star name with the gentleness used to fix a child's collar, and the correction lands as the most intimate kindness you've received all week. Radiators of warmth, tea bodies, carved wood that has stored sun. Give the room a soft glow as the house lets you go. Nothing is signed. Nobody graduates. The class will continue at sea when the tide says so. Your hands know it, because they reach for the steering blade's oil rag without thinking. The same way you reach for a friend's shoulder when a joke goes too far and needs a rescue. Sleep walks you back down the path to the camp, and birds put the last commas in the air. The valley trades its day grammar for night diction, and your mind keeps tracing star arcs behind your eyelids, rising here, crossing there, setting where the hill lowers its head. Navigation did not pause. It just moved inside the house for a while to put on different shoes. Tenderness closes the day. Elders switch to stories with rounded edges. Children lean into the sides of adults like small moons caught by gravity. And the tohunga murmurs that a Wananga is less a building than a behavior. People remembering together with enough humor and accuracy that the boat, the coast, and the sky feel they can trust you tomorrow. Umbrellas of argument keep doing their good work beyond these walls. Articles will be published about exact star lists used before contact. Debates will be staged about whether navigation chants were preserved word for word or reassembled lovingly from fragments. Voyages will be logged that show what methods survive stress. For now, your job is to walk, sing, draw, erase, listen, sleep. Vastness returns when the door flap lifts and the first stars appear. The sand tray stops being a map and becomes a beach again, and your chest, which has lived on posture all day, finally collapses into a happy slouch. Waves in the river mouth whisper the same old story. One set, pause, another, and you grin because the house has taught you to hear homework in everything. Xylophones have never lived in this valley, but the lashings on the waka creak a scale that makes a joke of that fact, and the sound writes a promise on the air. Class resumes under sail. Years from now, you will not remember every word of today's chants, but your hands will pause at the right times, your jokes will arrive when fear is trying very hard to look large, and your nose will do its silly knee-height sniff without pretending it learned that trick in a university. Zenith may be tomorrow's assignment. Tonight the horizon is enough, and the Wananga has breathed the horizon into you so completely that sleep feels like a safe harbor instead of a shut door. Sunrise folds itself over the water like clean linen, and the beach hums with a present tense purpose that feels both ancient and brand new as the double-hulled canoe sits trimmed and ready, her lashings dark with oil and her name freshly spoken so the day will know who to call. Checklists travel the sand in quiet hands, spar by spar, gourd by gourd, baler by baler, and the tohunga's voice never quite rises above a calm conversational tone while assigning the first tasks. Star houses to memorize for tonight's leg, swell lanes to anticipate, and the small kindnesses that keep crews friendly when the miles pile up like folded maps. Hekanukumai Puhipi, Sir Hector Busby in the tongue of official papers, lingers in the deck talk the way a steady bass line lingers in a song. His teaching about building and sailing waka hurua carried in the jokes the crew tells while they tighten a lashing and in the way the steering blade is never leaned roughly against wood. Te Orere rests in the sentences like a favorite ancestor, the canoe whose journeys in the 1990s and after stitched Aotearoa back into a voyaging family that included cousins far to the north and east. Mainstream history points at those instrument-free passages as proof that ocean knowledge could wake from sleep and go walking again. Workshops masquerade as chores, and you learn to treat sandpaper and ads as companions to star chants, because revival never happens in the sky alone. It happens in the shaped edge of a spar, in the gleam of shark oil rubbed into a seam, and in the exactness of a knot whose tail is persuasive rather than strict. Crewmates swap thermoses with a reverence that is mostly comedy and partly ritual. Tea before theory, and someone quietly stows the storm muffler. A woven mat that tames a squeaky lashing, because nothing ruins a night lesson faster than a shriek in the wrong register. Small tools become peacekeepers, and peacekeepers keep memory alive. Thermoses aside, the waka hums differently when departure is for practice rather than escape. Modern revival voyages travel with safety in their pocket. A support boat sometimes hovering beyond the horizon, a radio sleeping like a polite chaperone, and the tohunga calls this not a confession but a covenant. Honor ancestors with skill and honor crew with prudence. Practice sessions turn the bay into a classroom that floats. A kapehu weta recitation becomes a warm-up, then backsighting drills, then swell reading by hip meter until the deck's vocabulary slides back into everyone's knees like a language remembered from childhood. Instrument-free doesn't mean drama, it means attention. Sailing begins with restraint, a hand of cloth rather than a full brag, so that tonight's stars will be met without panting. The lashings creak like a lullaby, and the hulls choose the old vowel you like best because it sits in your ribs without needing introductions. Safety culture speaks in ordinary sentences. Life jackets tucked where hands that are not afraid can reach them. A backup plan nested under humor. A schedule that includes dignity for sleep. And the tohunga makes the most modern statement in the most traditional tone. No heroics. Heroes make poor ancestors. Good crews make excellent ones. Purists sometimes arrive in conversations like gusts that want to demonstrate they've been lifting weights. Their question is precise. If a shadowing vessel or a GPS box exists anywhere on the voyage, can the navigation still claim to be ancestral? Scholars are still debating this question, and their arguments are often useful, but the waka answers with method. Sail without instruments, confirmed by star and swell, keep safety nearby as courtesy, not as captain. Logs from revival voyages pile up like shells. Klee and Hikianalia in the north, Te Orere and Gaharaka Mai Taviti here in the south. Each page describing a night when stars were houses, birds were arrows, and a silly little gourd mirror turned a cloud into a teacher. Mainstream knowledge recognizes that these crossings re-energized language, carving, and pride as much as they re-energized wayfinding. Songs anchor effort to memory, and the old refrains get updated without being bullied. A verse about counting breaths per gust acquires a line about counting sips so that seasickness doesn't write the logbook. A verse about heaving to gains a rhyme about radios that stay off until needed. Tradition breathes, which is how living things avoid museums. Pilots from neighboring coasts wander aboard as friends and skeptics, offering wind gossip with a grin and tide rumors with a shrug. The tohunga receives these like he receives bird highways. Useful when they agree with two other witnesses, excellent for planning tea, not sufficient for steering. Curriculum for a modern voyage looks like a basket rather than a scroll. Star compass and swell grammar, yes, but also first aid and weather charts glimpsed at dawn so that choices about when to leave feel like apologies to storms rather than arguments. Revival is not cosplay, it's responsibility arranged in polite layers. Arguments about authenticity enjoy the shade under the sail during the lazy hours. How closely does a carved prow today mirror the aerodynamic personality of its ancestor? How faithful are lashings to regional styles? What cargo loads tell the truest story about settlement legs? Scholars are still debating this question, and the deck refuses to choose between romance and rigor. It insists on both. Bridges form between canoes and communities as voyages tie Mary to islands, islands to cousins, cousins to schools. A day of sailing becomes an evening of stories told in a hall where carvings look down like grandparents and children look up like practical questions waiting to be asked. Cameras ride along because the century insists on witnesses. Yet the best moments usually arrive when nobody is filming. When a star slides over a lashing exactly on time. When a sudden booby arrow writes yes across the tide. When a novice's hand corrects 1 degree and the waka's vowel drops into harmony like a well-tuned drum. Photos archive faces and prows, but the memory that matters hides in knuckles that can read a rope, in knees that can feel a current's kiss, and in noses that still do that ridiculous knee-height sniff near dawn. Nobody will hang those on a wall, but those are the instruments that pass from hand to hand intact. Repairs teach the hardest theology. Faith in lashings returns after a storm because the lashings asked for oil before the storm. Belief in a blade's wisdom returns because the blade was sanded when the sea was bored. Maintenance is a ritual that turns hope into hardware. Rituals travel into the modern night without apology. A shell of water lifted to the sky before departure. A karakia whispered into the steering oar's handle. A small offering to the tide when a new inlet gets its first hello. None of this asks permission to exist alongside radios, because radios are tools and ceremony is manners. Teachers from across the ocean family visit each other like cousins, sharing what their elders said and what their own bodies have learned. Micronesian navigators explain attack frames in slow, careful English and fierce, musical mother tongues. Maori tohunga demonstrate how star houses wrap around specific headlands. Hawaiian crews offer protocols for keeping an entire island chain stitched together by canoe. Evenings on training legs are full of the same neighbors you've grown to trust. Stars, swells, birds, clouds. But now their voices mingle with laughter from students who didn't know their lungs were ready to memorize a compass until a chant offered them the map. Nothing like a chorus to keep anxiety employed as a percussionist rather than as a choreographer. Malama, the ethic of caring for what carries you, slides south with the visitors and blends with Kaitiakatanga until the waka itself feels like a place where those words agree. Sails dry before they mold, beaches leave cleaner than arrival, and the lessons about reading island halos and clouds become lessons about protecting the lagoons beneath those halos. Partnerships knit into the ribcage of the voyage. Boat builders and carvers, teachers and language keepers, cooks and healers. The haka before launch deepens the plank's courage, and the lullaby after reefing deepens everyone's sleep. Revival is a choir where logistics sings harmony. Calendars fill with public landfalls that look like festivals. Schools line quays with handmade star compasses cut from cardboard and chalked in big hopeful circles. The crew steps ashore with the unshowy pride of people who know that most of the work happened when nobody was watching and that most of the real curriculum is invisible until it looks like kindness. Children swarm the lashings with questions that do not accept multiple choice answers. How do you know which star to trust? Do birds lie on purpose? Can I steer? And the tohunga gives each question a job so that curiosity doesn't feel like a boulder. Small hands get to move the gull sighting sticks. Small voices get to call exact when a star crosses the notch, and small egos get to hear the waka purr for them. Southward legs push crews into gray moods where bioluminescence goes shy and wind remembers how to sulk. The tricks learned in warmer waters still work here, only softer. Cloud halos earn half votes, birds offer shorter commutes, and patience becomes the currency that always spends. Midnight watches during these revival passages feel like borrowed time from ancestors who never got around to retiring. The hip meter still works, the gourd mirror still sharpens silhouettes, the storm muffler still turns tantrums into hums, and the old proverb, 3 witnesses or wait, still blocks bravado from writing tomorrow's accident report. Harbors up and down the coast relearn how to greet waka with more than curiosity. Harbor masters schedule windows like celebrants, fishermen bring gossip and bait, aunties bring everything that sounds like food even when it's just kindness wearing carbohydrate, and the deck takes these offerings with a politeness that makes the waka taller. Elders sit on the platform in dignified coats and examine lashings with a seriousness that is mostly ceremony and partly world-class QA. Approval arrives as a hum more than as a sentence, and when it lands the rig somehow looks shinier and the crew stands taller even though nobody moved. Distances covered by revival canoes accumulate into maps that exist in 2 places at once. GPS logs and family lore. Yet the navigation that mattered most happened nightly in ribs and eyes. There is no grand contradiction here, just a polite division of labor between record-keeping and decision-making. Stories cohere around certain nights like constellations form around confident stars. The time the wake glowed enough to hold a formation without voices. The time a river's smell wrote a short poem at knee height precisely when the bar needed a yes. The time a novice's correction saved a sail from foolishness and earned the kind of praise that sounds like a shared grin. Futures get written while the canoe idles at anchor and the crew pretends to only be talking about tea. Training programs stitch themselves to schools, scholarships pivot toward carving and astronomy, and the word apprentice regains a prestige it should never have lost. Finally, the question that arrived at dawn takes its turn at the tiller: how faithful are reconstructions to pre-contact technique, and does faithfulness allow the safety nets that keep crews alive? And the answer is typically oceanic, layered, conversational, resistant to slogans. Scholars are still debating this question, and good, because debate here is another word for listening. Soft-spoken miracles remain common on these legs, like the night a planet laid a silver path just inside the bar and the steering blade asked politely to borrow it for 10 minutes, or the dawn when clouds wore exactly the mint shade promised by the lagoon and the smell of wet stone arrived right on cue like a chorus that had been waiting backstage. Gardens ashore keep the voyages honest. Kamara traced in school gardens tie children's hands to their ancestors' cargo. Flax weaving classes make the word lashing domestic again, and a rehabbed shed becomes a carving space where the shavings smell like memory and the chisels teach patience, as if patience were the only language wood respects. Humility threads through all the hurrah. The most measured praise on a good arrival is tidy, and the most severe criticism is untidy, because the point of all the singing and carving and sailing is not to create big feelings. It is to keep people, boats, and coasts in conversation without anyone needing to shout. Ink from logbooks dries into talks at Mary, policy notes at councils, and new chapters in textbooks that finally include waka as technology rather than as decor. Mainstream understanding begins to move, slow and heavy as a tide, toward the truth that these vessels were not merely symbols. They were computers with sails, libraries with lashings, universities that floated. Jokes survive every curriculum because they protect the crew from the kind of seriousness that snaps under load. The tea thermos becomes a running gag, the gull sight takes on a personality, the gourd mirror acquires a nickname, and somehow the biggest lessons sneak into the scene while the audience is laughing. Karakia at landings and departures keep mystery at the table without asking science to leave. To speak to wind and water is not to demand miracles but to perform posture, to remember that even a skilled crew is a guest everywhere it floats, and that gratitude is cheaper and more effective than swagger. Learning spirals rather than climbs. Each voyage returns to lessons that seemed finished and discovers they have another layer of usefulness. Cloud halos that become weather whispers, bird lines that become fisheries management hints, star chants that become language revival vehicles. Merry walls absorb the footfalls of crews that come home to report, and the reports feel like the old where Wananga lessons got up and went outside for exercise. Maps are traced on floors, not projected on screens. Children lie flat to learn swells. Elders smile at mistakes that are honest and frown at those that are fashionable. Navigation refuses to end even when the voyage does. The wakas sit on their cradles like books left open to favorite pages, and your hands continue to practice knots while your mouth keeps murmuring star names, because the body doesn't care whether the log says, complete. It cares whether tomorrow will ask for competence again. Ocean cousins keep visiting. Hawaiian teachers bringing Hokulia stories. Micronesian masters bringing the taste of their stick charts in their fingertips. Tahitian carvers bringing patterns that are simultaneously new and ancestral. And the decks of Aotearoa keep making room, because shared method is a more powerful politics than any speech. People who never plan to sail nevertheless rise earlier when a canoe is in town, because some shapes invite the spine to be less tired. Waka hurua do that to streets the way comets do that to skies, reminding both that the universe is capable of grace. Questions remain and are precious. How cargo loads were balanced on the longest runs, how often animals were transported and which ones, how rig permutations match storm lanes in winter. Historians are still debating this question, and crews are still experimenting in good weather to keep books honest. Routes are sailed again not as reenactments but as research. This headland with that tide, this star sequence with that cloud grammar, this bird corridor with that smell of leaf and stone. Every repetition is an improvement dressed as nostalgia. Sea anchors come out to sun on calm days so they won't sulk when needed, and that small courtesy becomes a parable during debrief. Treat tools like colleagues, and they will return the favor at 3 in the morning when your patience is too short to reach a knot. Tongues wrap around names the way ropes wrap around cleats. Te Orer, Ngaharaka mai Tavidi, Kli, Hikianalia, Okinos, and Marmaro Achua. Each name is a door into a chapter where someone learned to keep a star on a lashing without biting their lip. Uncles, aunties, cousins, teachers, kids. Revival is a wana enterprise even when the sea looks solitary. Everyone who sings, carves, oils, cooks, tells, listens, teases, or stands quietly at dawn with a cup that smells like stories is on the crew. Voyages end in the paperwork sense, but the canoe doesn't notice. The hulls keep whispering the long vowel, the lashings keep asking for a drink, and the blade keeps hinting that a tiny correction now will save an apology later. Wind slips down valley on the final evening of this leg, and the tohunga's humor whispers one last time for the day. Be ready to be right slowly, which translates into the discipline you've spent all these nights earning. Small corrections, 3 witnesses, no swagger, lots of tea. X factors, if the deck believed in that word, are actually ordinary miracles. Kind weather that pretends to be luck, kind people who pretend to be audience, kind knowledge that pretends to be old when it is actually fresh every time the sail lifts. Yarns spun after landfall harden into the ligaments of the next leg. Somebody's clever fix becomes policy. Somebody's shy question becomes protocol. Somebody's mistake becomes a proverb kinder than shame and sharper than denial. Zephyrs play with the edges of the sail as darkness reloads the star houses, and the canoe settles into the long, contented vowel that means it trusts you to keep the map alive without paper and the past alive without pretending it never met the present. Softness drifts in like slow foam curling on warm sand, and the last lantern hides its flame so the night can carry more stars. Breaths lengthen, words choose fewer syllables, and the waka's low creak begins to sound like a long, old lullaby you've known since before you had a reason to remember it. Pillows here are not feathers but habits. Small corrections, gentle hands, jokes that arrive right on time, and they lift your head just enough that sleep can find it. Somewhere inland, a river leaves a leaf scent on the air that is half memory, half promise. Somewhere offshore, a line of swells keeps their gentleman's tempo. Somewhere above, a bright, patient thing slides across a lashing exactly where you asked it to. Shoulders unhook the day, knees forget opinions, and thoughts stretch themselves thin until they become the soft cloth of dreaming. Each sense turns its dimmer down to a kind glow. Salt becomes a suggestion, wind becomes a hum, wood becomes a blanket, the map becomes the feeling of being carried. If names visit, they touch the doorframe lightly and tiptoe away. If debates wander through, they set their papers down and fall asleep on the mat like friendly dogs. If ancestors look in, they nod as if to say that going to sleep on a boat is one of the oldest ways of telling the world you trust it. So let lids settle, let breath slow, let the ocean finish the sentence. The voyage will still be here in the morning, waiting to be written in quiet ink, one small kindness at a time. Good night, sailor. Good night, sea.